Waiting for it to pick up. Hey guys, Steven here. Fanatic Perspective. Hopefully everybody can hear me okay. I'm in my living room here trying to pull up get everything here. Jimmy, what's good, man? You hear me all well on
Yep,
your
yep,
end?
we're all good. What's going on, everybody?
I see everybody checking in. Y'all know what to do when you come in the stream. You hit the like button. You got to be subbed up to comments. So if you want to participate in the chat, we're going to be hanging out here all night. Watching this NFL draft. Those of you who are Cowboys fans here, like Jimmy and myself, we kind of get to watch the board play out tonight, see how things will break down for us the whole bit. Those of us that are Texas fans, this is a celebratory night because we finally have a first-round pick in the last 8 years and somebody that's near and dear to our hearts, and Bijan Robinson, who we get to see where he lands, right? So tap in. I see everybody already chatting it up. We already got 43 in here, so make sure that like button reflects the audience. And if you guys want me to do streams like this, I don't think we've ever really done a live stream to this effect where we're doing a watch along, but
Yeah,
really, really cool. One thing I wanna bring up real quick. As you guys can see on the top there, rogueshop.com. So we got a new sponsor. We got a sponsor for the draft party. Shout out to rogueshop.com. Guys, check them out. If you have issues sleeping, issues with chronic pain, issues with anxiety, stress, Rogue Shop, they sell CBD, THC, edibles, smokables, bath salts, pain creams, vapes, candles, soaps, the whole bit. They handcraft all their topical soaps, candles, bath salts, massage oils, and they grow their own cannabis within their manufacturing facility. So all of their products are made with their own cannabis. Website, great 24/7 support. You guys know how big I am on support and services with any of our sponsors and people we partner up with. But check out roadshop.com, brand new sponsor with Fanatic Perspective, America's #1 online dispensary health and wellness shop, rogueshop.com, and hit that Fanatic20 promo code. That gets you 20% off at checkout. So, go on Rogue Shop, to make the Fanatic Perspective community the presence felt, right? Presence felt. Said we smell they sell that gas.
get the goods. Yep, we're definitely
Yeah, we'll
today.
call out. Oh man, selling that gas. So Jimmy, big picture thoughts on the draft tonight. What do you think are going to be the storylines? I think when we were talking, you suspect there's going to be a lot of movement up and down,
Yeah,
trade wise. Think 5 potential quarterbacks going. What are you seeing?
well, we have some developments here in the last few minutes. Looks like Lamar Jackson got a contract. Looks like Cardinals might be moving D-Hop, although that doesn't seem finalized yet, and there's a lot of rumors around that. I fully expect a lot of trades, honestly. I see maybe trade down, trade up. There's teams that need quarterbacks that need to get into the top. I think it's going to be exciting. And as a Cowboys fan, I'm just curious to see how we react, right? We tend to pick the right guy, but sometimes we reach. So it'd be interesting to see if we can get the best player available at 26, assuming that we don't move. And I know all the Texas people here are hoping it's Bijan. I'm hoping it's Bijan too. I hope he falls. I don't think he will. But if he does, I would love to take him at 26. That would be fantastic. So
I'm catching up on some of the comments. So
a lot of chat.
I know
Yeah.
with my Texas community, we got a lot of Texans fans in here. So hit that like button if you're tapping in from Houston, Texas, or give us a shout out. But those of you who are Texans fans, what do you want to do at 2? Are y'all draft? Is Will Levis going to be your franchise quarterback of the future?
CJ
Is that the
Stroud.
move? Or we going? Are we going Will Anderson Jr.? I think CJ Stroud doesn't want to go there. I think he tanked everything just to avoid going to Houston. So y'all let me know. What do y'all want the Texans to do? This is the beginning of the DeMeco Ryans era, and as head coach, we know his ties to Alabama, and him being legendary, obviously college football player at Alabama, and cornerstone of the Houston franchise defensively, and now the head coach. Does he go and dip and take Will Anderson, somebody like that? Do they go Tyree Wilson from Texas Tech, who's more of that traditional 4-3 edge in the mold of a Jason Pierre-Paul type, right? So what do you guys think the Texans are going to do at 2? Because to me, Jimmy, I think that's where the draft starts, man.
The quarterback dominoes.
Yeah, I mean, because it looks like the Panthers are going Bryce Young, number 1, right? And when you're the Panthers and you trade up from 9 to get the first pick, you're going up there to pick the guy that you fell in love with, the guy that you want. And I'm looking at Frank Wright, I'm looking at Jim Caldwell, I'm looking at Josh McCown.
Yeah.
Those are 3 very strong offensive personalities that are all in one room. And I think collectively they fell in love with Bryce Young's brain, creativity, his playmaking ability. Clearly they're going to have to speak to his size concerns. But I think that's their guy at 1. To me, the draft starts at 2, though. Because I think the Texans love Bryce Young too, as well as the Panthers. But since they don't have, do they love another quarterback enough to take him at 2? Or do you say, we don't love any of these other quarterbacks, let's instead take best player available? What do you, how would you play that, Jimmy?
This could be another year where we have a Trubisky coming out of nowhere, or a Joe Flacco coming kind of out of nowhere. These quarterbacks, I don't know. The Wonderlic with CJ Stroud, I know people are downplaying that.
Justin?
Yeah. What's up, Justin?
What's up, man? Thanks for joining.
Welcome. So yeah,
is Tyree a lock?
Is Tyree going to dictate a lot? So
is Tyree a lock at 2? Is that what we're hearing? Is that they're already going that direction? So okay, then Jimmy, what is Arizona doing at 3? Are they? Is that the one where they're making the deal with the Titans, so the Titans can come up and pick CJ Stroud?
CJ or some, they're getting the quarterback for sure. Assuming that trade is real, right? I'm waiting. Somebody in the comments let me know if it's real, because I know right now it's sources say and all that jazz. So I'm assuming that we'll know real soon here if they announced it, on the draft. So right now we got Super Bowl trophies coming in, so we might be a little bit behind, but. As far as the pick, we're going to announce the pick, but, we're on stream, so we very well could be a couple seconds behind. So let us know if we miss it, if y'all are ahead of us. Y'all on the antenna, you're going to get it 5 seconds earlier. I know some of y'all got antennas out there.
I'm not talking Texas basketball right now, but if we got Max, that's pretty dope. If that's what happened.
The first round, it's going to be a pick in 10 minutes of debrief, right? So it's going to be a drag out for the first round, but Kelsey's acting a fool. A little Patrick Mountain. Yeah, I'm just curious to see if the Cowboys are going to really take a tight end in the first round, because that's what all the mock drafts say we're going to do. And I don't know how I feel about that. Getting a little PTSD with the Falcons. So it just doesn't ever sit right to pick a tight end in the first round of me. Unless he's a mauler blocker that's just going to supplement your offensive line. I just, it scares me a little bit.
Even with the impact of how some of these tight ends have been used over the last few years?
I think it depends on your scheme, right?
I mean,
we got to trust that Schottenheimer is going to utilize a tight end like that, right? So I don't, that's the other question mark that we don't really know yet. If I'm thinking McCarthy offense and even Schottenheimer offense for that matter, you'd have to assume they're going to run the rock, right? And I've got a thin offensive line, an aging offensive line, and a running back coming off an ankle. So, from a need perspective, I keep, putting my fist on the desk for a guard because, Tyron Smith goes down at left tackle because he probably will. We all know he will. He's played like 17 games in 3 years, right? So when he goes down, it's a matter of when, not if. Who do you got to back him up? You move Tyler over. Well, now you don't have a guard, and you got a whole bunch of other guys to just fill that void. But that's just a mess that happened. So I'm hoping for a guard. I just, I know we can probably get one in the second or third, but the question is whether they're a day one starter if we do that. So 8 minutes there. Cowboys will go defense. Well, Jane Slater tweeted a few minutes ago that Quinn and McCarthy are arguing on that very topic. So whether or not that's true or not, I trust her. She usually knows what she's talking about, but yeah, what is the most need for the Cowboys? That's a good question. I mean, I think if you're asking me, it's O-line. I know that's not a popular statement. It's not flashy. We got some guys that are aging. Terrence Steele's on a contract year too, coming off an injury. Jerry Jones is out there talking about he's going to be the swing tackle, which if you're going to keep a player long term, that's not the way you do it. So we very well could need a right tackle soon. So the question becomes, do you take a tackle and move them to guard, or do you take a tackle who replaces Steele long term? Because I think Tyler's the left tackle. He showed enough last year. I think he's your left tackle, but
yeah, they're getting funky all over the place because I don't like Tyron Smith playing right tackle.
I don't either.
And Terrence Steele was playing that position at a high level for us before the unfortunate injury. I actually still think Tyron Smith is still your best left tackle when he's healthy. The problem is, like you said, you can only play so many games.
Yeah.
They're in a weird place. I mean, my buddy and I, we go back and forth with this because he's like, I mean, they wanted to do right by Tyron, and I get it from an organizational standpoint, but it's just, I mean, at what point are we, are we hanging on to something where we're not able to move forward with the rest of the group, like Tyler Smith and some of the other guys?
I thought he was getting cut this offseason, and, we managed to keep him. It sounded like he wanted to stay, which is fine, but, like, that to me is the recipe for Jason Peters 2.0, who's your swing tackle, right? Like, that's, like, I don't know why he wouldn't be the swing tackle and you would commit to Terrence Steele long term, because Terrence Steele and Tyler have shown enough to be the future on the ends. Zach Martin's still got a few left in the tank. Biotish is above average, but that left guard is a hole, massive hole. And if you can get a tackle that can play guard too, I mean, that's even better because you got a guy that can hybrid out to whatever you need. But if you're asking me what the biggest need is, that's got to be the biggest need because Dak can't throw the ball without protection. We all know what happens. He holds onto the ball a little too much. That's what leads to the interceptions. And, with a running back coming off an injury and we got our retread Tampa Bay running back now. So, and if you don't get Bijan, I mean, Tony should be fine, but, is he going to be a bell cow? Can he withstand that many hits? We don't know any of that yet.
And before we get to the running back discussion, because I think there's a lot for us to dive into there throughout the night. I want to go back to something you mentioned right off top. And by the way, if you're coming into the chat, make sure you hit the like button, subscribe, the whole bit. We appreciate it. and share with a friend if you guys just want to rap with us while we're talking ball. And we might have some people come in the chat intermittently throughout to join us talking as well. So tap in. Let's go back to Lamar. Lamar Jackson gets that contract from the Baltimore Ravens, what, an hour before this draft has started? I mean, the timing of this, the timing of the Aaron Rodgers trade this week, and some of the moves that are going to be had, like we said, TBD on what the Titans decide to do. I think the Lamar thing really kind of puts teams like Indianapolis, right, where they got to go quarterback now. I mean, it's kind of pretty obvious what they have to do. If you were having those conversations about trying to acquire somebody like a Lamar, that's now, and for me, honestly, Jimmy, I'm happy he's staying in Baltimore. I'm happy that, I don't know why. I mean, I'm not a Baltimore. I like Lamar and I root for him. I do. But I think just what he started there, and how he's progressed and winning MVP there, and also Baltimore being a good football city and a good football organization. I like the fact that he's staying there. These contract situations, and I know him not having an agent was tough and all that, but I'm happy ultimately how this has played out for him, and he's going to be, part of the offseason now. It doesn't go for him. It doesn't go into the summer, into the into fall camp. They got it done early, right? So shout out to Lamar getting that bread.
Yeah, this has been a quick, and the ripples haven't settled from this week, really. I mean, it's they're all kind of fresh, and I mean, you got a lot of teams that are sitting lower in this draft that need quarterbacks. So that's why I fully expect some movement. We will see. Yeah, I made an extra $20 million not using an agent. Yeah, Brandon, that's a good call. It was looking a little sketch there for a minute, though. It was looking like he may need to get somebody to help him out, but all in all, he gets his money and he gets an extra 20 on top. Hey, man, I hope Bijan goes to the Cowboys. I really do. But I'm going to tell you right now, we saw it with Zeke, and I know Zeke is not Bijan, especially now. You can't block for him. Now, I'm curious your guys' take on this. I've heard a lot about how, Bijan didn't have a line at Texas, and I'll be curious to know what y'all think about that. I've heard that their line isn't all that great. Bijan overachieved it with Texas's offensive line. What do y'all think about that in terms of if he got drafted, in an average offensive line with the Cowboys? You know what I mean?
I don't think he ever played behind a great offensive line at Texas. The way we graded out, it's funny, his last year winning the Doak, we actually graded out much better pass blocking wise than we did in the run blocking area. But with that being said, Bryce Young is the number one overall pick officially in the 2023 draft to the Carolina Panthers. So now let the games begin with the Houston Texans, who are on the board.
Will they trade him?
And shout out to Bryce Young and the Carolina Panthers getting aggressive, moving up.
It's a shame they don't have McCaffrey still. But anyways, go ahead.
But the run blocking at Texas was up and down. But Bijan's also the type of runner where his cutback ability, what makes him special, right, is when nothing's there or, able to get, all the way backside. I mean, there's a play against OU, one of his signature plays where he put Billy Bowman in the dirt. I mean, the guy jump cut across the field, like 53 yards, right? Like that's where the Saquon Barkley comparisons come in, right? Like the ability to do those type of things. Now, it's harder to do that in the NFL, right? The run fits are better. There's better discipline. But one of the things that Bijan offers you is that explosiveness. He's the best guy in football. He's been the best guy in football at breaking tackles. He's been the best and been one of the better guys out of the backfield receiving the ball, which was showcased some at Texas. But if you watch the Alabama game, him able to go downfield, OU, going downfield and actually separating from linebackers, separating from safeties. He can play in the slot. He's not. I don't think he's as dynamic as Christian McCaffrey is in the slot from a route running perspective. But one thing that Bijan can do is actually, vertically, and I think he has very strong hands. He's got real good ball security overall. The only time he's really, he got hit square in the Texas Tech game and he fumbled, but only time he's really fumbled is when he's trying to jump over people.
Yeah.
Which he kind of cut that out. Right.
The reason why I asked that is because, it does you no good to draft Bijan Robinson if you got nobody blocking for him, right? So, because, all we did last year was just run to the right side behind Zach, and he can only do so much. So I'd like to see us get back to punching people.
So if you're asking this though, Jimmy, from a Cowboys perspective, right? Let's weigh it from this standpoint. What was our run game production before the Terrence Steele injury, and what was our run game production post Terrence Steele?
I don't know
because the numbers
was cut in half. The per average was cut in half. I know that. Yeah, it's facts. So, but again, that just tells you we're thin in the second level, right? In terms of the O-line. So, you don't pass on a generational talent like Bijan for a maybe guard, right? But at the same time, I question whether or not we're going to see a huge impact if we don't have a blocker. I just hope we can get somebody in the second or third that makes an impact and is a day one starter. I think we can. But I think the Cowboys do really well in the draft. They don't do really well in the second round. So we've had some duds in the second round. There's been a couple good ones, right? I think Trevin's one of them, but yeah, we got a couple guys on there just recently that are just like head scratchers in terms of production. And Jabril Cox, I think, is a second rounder. To pull up the list, but it's not a pretty list.
Cox was, I think, fourth round, but we got Sam Williams last year.
Sam Williams has been good.
Pick.
And I think
Trayvon Diggs obviously was a hit.
Yeah.
But boss man, hey, Kelvin Joseph had his best. His best game in the playoffs.
Yeah.
As a Cowboy.
Maybe he turns around, right? We'll see. So Sam Williams.
But so far, they haven't gotten the value for Kelvin Joseph at that pick. They have not gotten the value for that in the second round now.
So the year before that was Tristan Hill. We all know what happened there. Connor Williams the year before that. Chidobe Awuzie the year before that, which Awuzie was serviceable, but I don't know if he was a second-round player. Jalen Smith, 2016. Randy Gregory. So two wild cards there, those two. And then DeMarcus Lawrence, right? So DeMarcus Lawrence, arguably 2014. Year before that was Gavin Escobar, right? Rest in peace. But you'd like to see a little better hits on the second round there. I do agree with you on Sam Williams, though. I think he's going to have a good year. That car wreck really set him back.
Texans going to see. I haven't seen a pick yet.
Is in. They're not trading down. So what are the Texans doing here?
Y'all hearing CJ Stroud?
It's got to be Stroud, huh? That's what I think it is. I haven't seen anything that says that, but here we go.
You go ahead and announce the pick, Jimmy.
CJ Stroud it is. All right, Texans fans, where y'all at? What do y'all think about that?
CJ Stroud as
I see you, rabbit ears, Brandon. I knew one of y'all was out there on an antenna. I knew somebody was. Admittedly, I do that for Cowboys games because I cannot stand somebody texting me 3 seconds early or late. So I have to do it. Oh man, idiotic pick. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about CJ. I will say that Ohio State doesn't have the best track record recently in terms of NFL talent. But well, unless they're a defensive player. Let me disclaimer that. Defensive players have been good, but curious, if not CJ, what was a better pick there? You guys think?
why are y'all out? Why are y'all hating on the CJ pick? Some of
Yeah.
y'all, I feel like we're getting mixed reviews here.
He's got an arm. He's got the size.
So I'm just trying to text this link real quick, and then I'll comment here. But
I know you're off to Michigan, but the Wonderlic.
He only knows
the Wonderlic. Look, the Wonderlic. It's important to a certain degree, but at the end of the day, on the tape, you see CJ breaking down coverages. He wasn't playing against scrubs, so I'm not so really that worried about the Wonderlic. Now, whether or not
hold on. Why? What? I see Jamarcus Russell 2.0.
Jesus.
So guys, all right. Let me make a point here real quick. Jimmy, can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay. So I want to make this point real quick, especially while are the Cardinals on the clock right now for the third pick?
Yeah, 4 minutes. 4 minutes.
Okay. Guys, this is a theory I've always had about players in the draft. Okay. I think if we divide this up, I think there's always going to be 10% of players, no matter what situation you put them in every draft class, no matter what team they go to, no matter how good or bad the coaching is, where they're just going to ball. They're going to be a Pro Bowl level player. They'll be, at the top of their position group in the league, no matter what happens. I think there's 10% of guys that it's really hard to knock them off their course. I think there's another 10% of guys that are going to be the exact opposite. No matter where they go, they're going to be a bust. They're not serious about football. They don't love the game. Money will become a deterrent. They have some things going on in their private life that will ultimately ruin their career. I think there's another 10%. Okay, so now we're at 30. I think there's another 10% that are going to get injured. Bad luck, injury, unforeseen, bad medical, what have you, where it's just going to cost them. The other 70% of the players, it depends on the situation they go to. They could either be a very good player, they could be a star, or they could end up going to crap. And I think CJ falls in that 70%, where what's your plan for the player? This is as much on Houston as it is on CJ Stroud, because Houston has been a trash franchise recently. And how they handle players, how they've handled coaches. If I'm a quarterback, I don't want to go somewhere where y'all about to be on your third coordinator, your third coach, a new GM that didn't draft me, right? And then you end up in these situations where you don't even have a proper process for development. Patrick Mahomes, a big reason why Patrick Mahomes is Patrick Mahomes. Everybody knows how gifted the brother is, how talented he's been. But he was very fortunate to end up in Kansas City with Andy Reid, and they took their time and developed him as a quarterback for a whole year. He didn't even know he couldn't even tell you what a mic was when he got there. Okay? If Patrick Mahomes had gone to the Bears, is he Patrick Mahomes as we know him today? Do they have that patience?
Scheme matters.
Scheme matters, but
Reid has
culture,
done more with less all his life.
Culture, everything matters in terms of what the building I'm walking to every single day. It all matters. That's why you see teams, no matter who they pick, the player doesn't work out.
Yeah.
At what point, like, are we gonna? But we're always quick to call a player a bust, but we never call an organization a bust, right? Like, you guys clearly don't know what you're doing.
Yeah.
No matter who you pick, so we have to consider that with CJ. Now, in regards to CJ, I think he can be a really good quarterback. That's why I have him in the 70%. I do think, yeah, there's some bust potential there. He doesn't always move great. He doesn't always, yes, there's the Ohio State stigma.
Yeah.
Was he throwing to a whole bunch of open guys all the time? People talking about he didn't see a whole bunch of muddy pockets. I know he saw some muddy pockets in the Georgia game.
All right. Arizona
I know
just traded their pick real quick to the Texans.
They traded it.
Texans are picking at 3 again. No details yet.
The Texans have moved up
to 3. So here we go.
After picking 2?
Yep. So, yeah, I know there was a comment in there about they have no O-line. Well, this could be your O-line. It's either going to be an edge rusher or O-line, I would imagine. We'll see.
They're coming to get Will or Tyree.
Yep. The pick is in, so we should know here shortly. Go ahead. Continue.
They're coming to get – yeah, we need to start calling organizations bust the same way we call players bust.
Yeah.
If you've picked 3 different quarterbacks and they've all stunk, maybe it's you.
Yeah. Well, let's not forget what O'Brien did, right? Like, that was the reason. I mean, they had talented players. Now, Deshaun, he made his bed, no pun intended, but you can't really help that kind of stuff. But, trading away Hopkins, that was – I don't know what that was. So, I mean, they've had talented players. Defense has always been their calling card, but they're in full rebuild right now. I think D'Amico is going to make that defense right. The question is whether or not they get the offense right. If the Texans grab Bijan, I'll cry. Yeah, maybe.
No, y'all good with Dameon Pierce. Chill out.
Yeah. I was more interested in the happy endings. Yes, he was. A lot of happy endings, apparently. Let's see. All right, y'all ahead of me? Is anybody ahead of me? Looks like they're about to make the pick. How you gonna go from the Texans to the Browns? Oof. It's not gonna end well for Deshaun. All right, here we go. Picks in. Will Anderson is Brandon saying. He's on the antenna, so I'm going to trust that that's probably the pick. Will Anderson it is, officially.
Anderson. Okay,
Alabama.
so
D'Amico gets his linebacker.
D'Amico, that's what we said, and guys, we said that before the draft started. That connection with Will Anderson and D'Amico Ryans. The Alabama ties, Nick Saban being, obviously the common thread there. Them trading back up to get who they made their evaluation. They felt like Will Anderson not only was the best, was the best defensive player in the draft, and they're going to get him. And we're going to see how Will Anderson's going to be deployed. So Alabama, by the way, 2 of the top 3 players. Take that, you can use that in your recruiting pitch, right? To high school kids. Go look at the 2023 draft of, you talk about developing guys and putting them in the league. That's a pretty good pitch that Nick Saban has. I look at.
Let me get a little more breaking news for you, Steve. So Lando is tweeting, the Eagles have moved up 28 spots in the third settlement switch with the Cardinals for tampering with Jonathan Gannon. They now hold pick 10, pick 30, pick 62, and 66. So, yeah, there's that. So there's a couple Eagles fans in here.
So what did
so that's not good.
Do we know the details? Can somebody share the details on what Arizona got for that pick?
I'm looking for that.
For
That's
the third pick.
I pulled it up. Yeah. Let's see. Let's see. Cardinals get 12, 33, and a first and 24 and a third and 24. The Texans get a third. It says 3 and 105. They get 2. So they get pick 3 and pick 105. So yeah, they got a first and a third in the 20 and 24 and pick 12 and 33. Colts are on the clock with 5 minutes to go. I mean, it's already started, right? Like this is kind of what I expected. I mean, I can see a lot of trade downs, trade up. This is going to be a wild first round, I think. I don't think it's done. Colts need a quarterback. I thought they were going to get CJ. So here we go. We'll see.
All right, I fixed my TV issue, so I should be able to see.
You at 4:30?
How to?
So 4 minutes and 30 seconds.
Hold on. Who's getting the Colts? Or who's getting? Or who are the Colts taking a quarterback? Will Levis, Anthony Richardson in play?
Yeah, I mean, that's got to be the pick, right? That's probably the next best quarterback. Somebody, by the way, said, I don't know if you caught it, but somebody said he's actually the Jamarcus Russell 2.0, not CJ, but I don't know.
So to me,
to put anybody with Jamarcus because he was terrible. So
well, the other thing too is when you compare somebody to a Jamarcus Russell or a Ryan Leaf,
yeah,
then you're saying that they have off the field issues, too.
That's true.
Like you're saying that there's something in their life that will restrict them from like Ryan Leaf went to jail, right? DeMarcus had a drug problem and a food like addiction problem. So my thing is we have to be careful with compare. Like I understand bust or bust, right? But I'm more so just saying bust in the sense of like a player that was bad, but it's like, okay, they were bad on the field. Unless you know something, right?
Yeah.
Unless you have some information or you went to school with the person or you're like, yo, like people around College Station, if you ask them today, if you put them up to a lie detector, there's going to be some people in College Station that will tell you that they knew Johnny was never going to be serious. Of knowing how crazy maniacally focused you have to be in the NFL, that no matter how talented Johnny was, he was going to suffer because of his habits, right?
Yeah, for sure.
If you have those type of details, then you can go that far, right? But unless you don't, then I mean, I think it's okay to say, hey, I don't think that guy's going to be that good. Like a Trubisky.
Yeah.
That's Trubisky. There's nothing wrong with Trubisky off the field. He just can't play. Yeah.
There's a lot of draft capital given up there to get Trubisky too. That was kind of looking back on that trade. It was like, yikes.
Yeah, that's another thing. Jamarcus was really good in college.
Yeah.
I mean, go back and watch the Sugar Bowl versus Notre Dame.
Oh, yeah.
If anybody remembers the LSU versus Notre Dame. Jamarcus was SEC really good.
Yeah, it's SEC, so
There wasn't, bro, when he went number 1 in 2007, before everything went crazy, nobody was like tripping off of that.
No.
Like we're doing a lot of revisionist history with the old Jamarcus.
Monday morning quarterback. Yeah, for sure. Pick is in for the Colts. Let's see what we got here. Anthony Richardson.
Okay. So the Will Levis to the Colts rumors, those were the lies were told.
Shake up.
Oh, nice. YouTube TV is doing a multicast.
YouTube TV is bringing it. If y'all ain't a YouTube TV subscriber, now's the time. They got some good stuff. They had some good stuff during March Madness with multi-view and 4 screens at a time. It was good stuff.
And you can watch, so I'm doing the multi-view right now.
Yeah, they got the NFL ticket coming, so that's their test run for NFL ticket.
I guess the ABC coverage and the other one is just. I'm gonna leave it on the multi-view. Loved it. All right.
Yep.
I'm back. I'm all the way back up now. Hey,
good.
while we have, so I see we're up to 90 here in the chat. Appreciate you guys hanging out. We're here whole first round, y'all. 4 picks in, having a blast talking ball. Here with one of my best friends, Jimmy Johnson. Jimmy and I, we've been watching the draft together the last few years together. We watched the draft on Zoom with our friends that one year.
Yep.
We had a couple Hooters drafts. When we drafted Micah, I think we were at Hooters.
Yeah.
We went to the draft.
We went to the draft.
Yep. Day 2. We went to the draft and when it was in Arlington. So this is a annual tradition, me and you getting together in some capacity. And it was your idea. You said, hey man, I want to let's actually, we were already going to do this. We might as well do it in front of everybody. And let everybody in on the.
It's a little more fun to get everybody involved. And I appreciate the other teams too, because I'm obviously not diving deep into the Colts, right? But so I appreciate the comments on some of this stuff to know where your head's at when some of these guys get picked.
Absolutely. Rogue Shop, thank you for sponsoring our draft party. Guys, rogueshop.com. I'm gonna, we're promoting them all night. They're allowing us to do this in the new partnership with Rogue Shop. Rogueshop.com. Use the promo code Fanatic20. Fanatic20 gets you 20% off. Those of you who have, for a myriad of reasons, I think the information and education that's out there now regarding CBD and THC and a multitude of variety of things, how it helps people, right? And providing that actual treatment and holistic treatment that folks need, from edibles, bath salts, pain creams, topical ointments, vapes, candles, whatever you need. They're actually a small business, veteran owned, Black owned, multiple employees, and just really, really proud to be in business with these folks. And they have a wonderful 24/7 support online, and everything. All the cannabis is homegrown within their facility. So shout out to Rogue Shop and thank you guys.
Yes, sir.
Would you take the risk? Okay, so let's go to Rick's question. I heard. Now, we don't know. I heard a rumor that, how do I say this? That he had a guarantee from the Eagles at 10. If he's there. I think right now, so who's on the board? The Seahawks?
Yeah, Seahawks got 3 minutes.
I think the Seahawks right here, let's think about this, right, guys? The Seahawks are not your normal team that would be picking right here, but because of the Russell Wilson trade, they get this pick from Denver, and they are a playoff team. That's a playoff roster. They just re-signed Geno Smith. I think there was a lot of people thinking, hey, Anthony Richardson would be in play for them as their QB of the future, but Anthony Richardson now off the board. Do you take a guy like Jalen Carter, who before the, and the tragedy that happened, the young lady that was lost, and as well as the young man in the car accident, and knowing that he was involved in that racing incident, before that, there was arguments for Jalen Carter going number 1. There was arguments that Jalen Carter is the best defensive player in the draft. Mm-hmm. So if you're the Seahawks and you were they were 10-7 last year, very good football team, and you get to add a piece like that this high in the draft, I don't know how Pete Carroll says no.
Yeah. And they got one of their former veteran linebackers just re-signed with them, so that's a good teacher as well. So for that.
I think they have, because of their situation. If you want to say risk for Jalen Carter, they have the luxury to take this shot, right?
Yeah.
That you wouldn't normally get if not for that trade. And that's what's so interesting about this draft, and that's why I was bringing up when I talked earlier about situations that players fall into. Guys, remember how I broke it down? 10% are going to be good no matter where they go. 10% are going to be busts no matter where they go. 10% are going to have bad luck or injury of some sort, and then 70% really kind of falls on their situation of however they reach their potential. Okay, so the pick is in. But in regards to all of that, you have a situation where Carolina also was not a team that's your typical number one overall pick team either. Carolina was one win away from winning the NFC South and being in the playoffs, and we would have played them instead of Tampa Bay. So, but because of the trades and them moving up to get that pick from the Bears, Bryce Young now goes into a situation where he's on a fringe playoff team already.
Yeah.
So it's not a normal situation for a number one pick, like Trevor Lawrence, for example, went into a hellhole in Jacksonville with Urban Meyer, who almost tried to ruin him, by the way. That's how you know. That's why I say some of these coaches and stuff don't know what they're doing, because you saw once Doug P got there, Trevor Lawrence started looking generational like he's supposed to again. Yeah. So was it the player or was it the organization, right? I think that's already an example right there where you can see like Urban Meyer was so bad, he had us thinking that Trevor Lawrence stinks. And that was not true.
No. Well, hey, I mean, what about the Seahawks getting Geno's replacement though?
Well, I think they were high on Anthony Richardson. I don't know. I mean, do you take Levis?
Well, that's what I'm wondering. Looks like the Seahawks are taking Witherspoon.
Ooh.
We're about to see, but I think that's the pick.
We're about to see. By the way, I love Witherspoon from Illinois. Illinois has 3 DBs that are really good in this draft. They have arguably the best safety in the draft too.
0-star athlete out of high school.
Go watch Devin Witherspoon's tape. Very fit. He's actually a guy that, those old back in the Jim Johnson days on defense when the Eagles were so physical and used to blitz all the time, and they had big corners like Bobby Taylor in them. That's what Witherspoon reminds me of.
Yeah.
They had him and like B-Doc and all those guys. All right. Yeah, it's Devin Witherspoon. Devin Witherspoon, corner, Illinois, going to the Seahawks. So, Jalen Carter, slide continues. But Devin Witherspoon.
Vegas going to get Will now. Because Detroit probably does it, right? I mean, they stay away from it with Goff. But Las Vegas, they have to be considering Will. And I don't think they had any intentions of getting him. I didn't think they'd think he'd be there. It's going to be a very domino draft, which is fun. Nobody likes when the first 5 picks are already decided. So there's a lot of smoke and mirrors so far in this draft. A lot of lies being told by organizations.
A lot of lies.
Well, just insinuating that they like another player more than, I mean, nobody saw the Texans doing what they just did either. That was.
Go look at some of these as they're showing Witherspoon's highlights.
Yeah. Yeah, he's definitely got some speed.
Detroit Lions are on the clock.
All right, where's the Detroit Lions fans at? There's got to be a couple in here. Lions don't need a quarterback. Agreed. I don't think they're ready to move on from Goff. I think they like him.
Goff was good last year, all things considered. He wasn't bad. Now they could still say we're taking our QB of the future. We don't care, but
seems like a wasted pick though. When you have so many other holes. Yeah, Witherspoon's good.
Also, Witherspoon is going to be playing like the Seahawks corners are looking nasty now because you're putting Witherspoon with Tyree Wilson, who's out of the kid out of UTSA that was 6'4" and ran a 4.2 whatever, and played really good football last year. I mean, you look at some of the corners that came out last year. There's pressure on Derek Stingley to get it going, Bubba, for Houston Texans because Sauce Gardner already looks like a top 3 corner.
Yeah,
year one. Tariq Woolen looked good. Now you're putting Devin Witherspoon right next to Tariq. That's a nasty little combo that Seahawks have.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, and that division's wide open now, right? I mean, you can make that argument pretty easily. Yeah, the Bears.
You think so?
I mean, you got Cousins. I mean, Cousins going to Cousins.
Oh, you're talking about the NFC North. I thought you were talking about those.
The Lions, yeah.
Okay.
So, I mean, and now Aaron's gone. So, yeah, someone said they could trade back. I do see that they could definitely trade back here. Yeah, Brandon again.
Okay.
I got cracking the drinks out there.
Yeah. Isaac, you got Carter going the Lions?
Yeah, I think that's a solid guess, unless you've seen it already.
Where? Oh! Did we get details, guys?
We have a trade again. Lions are moving up. Looks like with Arizona, Arizona's moving up with the Lions. So Arizona's jumping back in and taking the Lions pick. No details on what they gave up, but that's coming. Ian Rappaport just tweeted it 30 seconds ago.
But hold on. Where did Arizona go? What were the details of that trade for the Texans to go back to 3?
So there's
this is some Kevin Costner draft day stuff going on right now.
Yeah, so the Lions just traded pick 6, and the Cardinals get 12 and 34. So Cardinals get 12 and 34. Or I should say the Lions get 12 and 34. The Cardinals get 6. So the Cardinals are about to pick. Said that backwards. Yeah, so there's the 2024 picks as a part of the Texans trade. And they switched picks in the first, and then they got I think it was like 33 or something. So it was really 20. They were getting 24 picks, a first and a third and 24. But now the Cardinals have moved back up to get 6, and they gained one of those picks. So yeah, I mean, we guessed it, right? So we haven't even got to pick 10 yet. We've already had 3 trades.
No, you said that. You said that before, right? There's going to be this is crazy movement already. How many? So we've already had, if you include pre-draft, the Bears originally had the number 1 pick. They traded. The third pick got traded.
This is a trade 4 at this point. Because you had
What the hell are the Raiders going to do?
That's what I'm saying. Like Will Levis, right? Like. That's what I think. I mean, I'm sure they've got holes, but they don't have a quarterback.
Yeah. So the guys on the Ringer Football Show made a good point to me. I'm streaming right now, or else I'd be listening to what Schefter. Schefter is.
That's a good question. Is D-Hop a part of that trade? I didn't think about that. They haven't said
4
that.
Trades, all right.
Yeah, 4 trades exactly. Yeah, because D-Hop has been rumored in a lot of these trades, but I haven't seen anybody officially say he's a part of it. So I don't think so. But yeah, so the Lions have to be taking Carter here, right? Or I'm sorry, Arizona. Who's Arizona taking?
Maybe Tyree.
Could be Tyree.
They look very happy.
Yeah.
And you know who else is from Arizona, the state of Arizona? Bijan Robinson.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, he's from Arizona. He's from Arizona. So, but this might be Jalen Carter. I don't know. We'll see.
Well, so we can throw away the original D-Hop trade because that was supposedly with the Titans for the 3rd overall pick.
That was supposed to be with the Titans.
Dove Kleiman tweeted that, so that was a lie. All right, here we go. Cardinals.
Paris Johnson Jr. tackle.
There you go.
Huge tackle. So
to protect Tyler.
With Paris, yeah, this is definitely for Kyler Murray, 100%, especially him coming back from the ACL injury.
Mm-hmm.
With Paris, though, guys, for those of you who are big into recruiting, I believe Paris was the #1 tackle when he came out of high school, if I'm not mistaken. Correct me if I'm wrong, all my recruiting nuts. I remember 3-4 years ago, Paris was one of the #1 guys. All right, we got our first guest in here. So let me plug him in.
John Tran.
Jay Tran, what you say, buddy?
Yo, what's going on? I'm fixing my headphones to make sure that they're coming through my headphones and not through the speakers. What's up?
What's happening?
What's up?
On the clock. Bijan's still out there.
It's possible. I know. That's what I'm standing for. Just waiting.
Yeah, he's still the best available player according to ESPN. Tyree Wilson, #2.
I mean, if you're the Cardinals, I think that's you just gave Kyler Murray an extension.
Yeah. You gotta protect him.
Yeah. I thought he was.
Where's all the Jets fans at? They gotta be happy about Aaron.
Yeah, we got Tran here. What's up?
There he is. You can't hear nothing though. TBD.
Yeah.
He'll be in here in a minute.
TBD.
All right, we got 5 minutes for the Raiders. What are they doing?
Oh, let me make this point about the Raiders real quick, and I'm stealing this point from the guys from the Ringer Football Show. Josh McDaniels, they basically said, we need to know if you can coach before you're allowed to just pick a quarterback, dude.
Yeah.
Like, they just signed Jimmy Garoppolo, right? In the offseason, who he drafted when he was in New England, so you should know is, like, to me, I kind of roll with that. Like, I'm not picking a quarterback and then knowing I'm going to fire Josh McDaniels a year from now because he stinks, and then the new coach comes in, they're like, I don't like Will Levis.
Right.
So I almost think the Raiders should go best player available, but the Raiders are a franchise that always does the wrong thing.
Yeah, listen.
So
yeah, they got a history. I mean, this to me feels like Jalen Carter, but I can see Tyree Wilson as well. But the smart pick here is Carter, right? But to your point, they're not smart. So
I told y'all we need to start calling certain franchises bust. They're a bust until proven otherwise.
It's not about just the players, man.
The one year they go to the playoffs was when they didn't have a coach.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah. I mean, that tells you everything you need to know right there. All right.
Yeah,
So,
I need to know if McDaniels can be trusted first before he gets. Let's see. Let do something with Jimmy G, and then we can talk about getting a quarterback in 2024, dude.
yeah. 3 minutes there. We go. What's in the chat?
Paris Johnson Jr. Big reason why CJ Stroud was so upright and in at Ohio State, right? I mean, that's a good example of what the Cardinals want to see with Kyler Murray.
So the other thing to watch is the Niners have been throwing out there that their prized QB is on the block, or they're entertaining offers. So be curious to see if anything happens to him. Trent.
Yeah, with Trey Lance.
Trey Lance, yeah. So I don't know if that's smart or not. I mean,
corporate duck's funny.
Brock's good, but he had a hot little run. I wouldn't be too sold on him yet. Dangerous game.
Yeah, I honestly agree with you though. I'm getting some feedback. Can you hear me, Jimmy?
Yeah, you sound all right on my end.
Okay. No, I agree with you though. I don't see the rush to trade Trey Lance. They signed Sam Darnold just to have some, another quarterback there, right? But
that ship has sailed though.
I'm not. There's no expectations for Sam Darnold other than depth and to just have somebody in the room. However, why would I? Like if Brock Purdy starts to have a slump or whatever, like they gave up a lot to get Trey Lance, dude.
I know.
What's the rush?
Yeah. And you got to ask yourself if Shanahan's really, really sold on him, right? Like he played the hot hand because he kind of had to.
He had to.
Yeah, they were injured, right? But he kept doing it. Yeah. You don't know if that's his guy, though. You know what I mean? Like thank you for your service, but is that his guy? I don't know.
I mean, they can say I think they're playing it the right way. Like you keep going and like kind of what happened with us and Dak, right? Like you keep going when you have a guy that you didn't expect to be in there. You just keep going and see what happens and see if he develops. But I'm just saying Trey Lance being there, I don't think it hurts you. And also knowing the injury. I mean, also Brock Purdy's coming from it's a UCL surgery with the elbow.
Yeah. Yeah. So you don't even know what he's going to look like.
No guarantees, brother.
No. All right. What do we got, Raiders? Looks like Tyree Wilson is what I'm saying. Is going to the Raiders. Yeah. Multiple sources are saying Tyree Wilson. Tyree Wilson from Tech. All right, antennas. Brandon, what do we got? Is it Tyree? No, you're on the antenna.
Every time you say Kyler Murray, he thinks you're saying calamari.
That's great. That's probably the IPA's talking. Let's see here. I mean, to be fair, I only said it like twice. So, calamari. Calamari. There it is, Tyree. All right, Big 12 guys.
Tyree Wilson.
What's your breakdown on Tyree?
So he actually came from A&M and transferred to he was an A&M transfer to Texas Tech. Shout out to Coach DeReuter.
His grip is perfect.
Yo, his fit is that brother's clean.
Yeah.
Tyree looking clean out there, bro.
Yeah.
Serious business.
He just got paid.
And we could be on Bijan watch right now with Atlanta at 8. That's the first team.
Yeah. Atlanta's supposed to be the first team that's seriously looking at him.
Yeah, so let's just keep an eye on that. But with Tyree Wilson, I think that's a guy that in a traditional four down front, 4-3, whatever you want to call it these days. That's the traditional edge look. That's the person that looks more like the Myles Garrett. I'm talking just the physical profile. When we played him, he was really good against us, Texas, that is. And I thought he was really impressive. And there's some things he can do with his. I know they're commenting about his wingspan and his bend and how he uses his arms. There was a reason why some people said, "Hey, like he could have a higher ceiling than Will Anderson because of the height, the footwork, the bend, and all those things."
So far his draft day swag is the best so far.
Agreed.
Dude, he looked like his draft day swag. He looked like back in the day when The Rock used to come out on like Monday Night Raw and talk to and do his promos. He looked like he about to cut a promo, bro. I love it.
I think Bijan's about to go, guys.
I would rather
Texas Homer
right here than I would hate to see him twice a year against us.
Texas Homer. This comment here. I wanted to highlight this because we when we were sharing our notes that week before Tech, that was one that kept us up at night on how we were going to deal with that. So,
sorry. This is the
same thing I'm gonna talk about.
Yeah.
Ooh, does Jalen Carter stay in Georgia?
Yeah, it's Bijan, guys. It looks like they're starting to tweet it now. Hate to say it.
Well, let's let the Texas people here announce that one. That's a sentimental pick for us, Jimmy. So if you know something, keep your mouth shut, please.
I mean, we kind of feel that way, right? Like we kind of know that this is a very obvious one in my opinion, but I'm just happy it won't be the Eagles, personally.
Same. Like I said,
I didn't want him going to Philly.
He could go ball in that division all he wants. That's fine with me.
But again, the rumor on the street is that Philadelphia gave Jalen Carter a guarantee at 10.
Yeah.
Allegedly. And like we said earlier with the Seahawks, right? You're talking about a Super Bowl team that's picking in the top 10 and could potentially get the best defensive player in the draft.
Yeah.
So this is a very, very weird, because of all these trades, we're in a weird place.
Yeah, I'm looking at the Falcons here. Are they going to try to get back into this? I mean, they got Desmond Ritter, right? Ritter for the future, I guess. But that's a nice little offense they're putting together there. Yeah, I mean, Desmond Ritter. I mean, what's their guess on him? Get the feeling.
They claim that he's their starter. See, this is what I don't understand about teams about Atlanta. Atlanta's a bust as a franchise.
Yes. Yeah.
They stink too.
Let
me tell you why. They were some of the first people to say no to Lamar Jackson to even entertaining it.
Yeah.
That's exactly why you guys have 0 games on Sunday Night Football. That's why no one's checking for you right now. You have Kyle Pitts on your team who you don't throw the ball to. You have, Drake London. I mean, they have some pieces, but I honestly feel like Atlanta's just like, look, if they go the Bijan
in the
route,
trash franchise category personally, but I hear you. I mean, they're at least sniffing the Super Bowl occasionally.
Well, the thing too with the reason why Bijan could fit though with them is Arthur Smith. Arthur Smith, everything he did when he was the OC in Tennessee with King Henry and building and really just constructing that entire Tennessee offense around Derrick Henry and his skill set. He is one of the better OCs in the game from a run heavy offense standpoint. And if you're saying that Desmond Ritter's your guy, then that sounds like you're going to be running the football a lot, right? So
here we go. The pick is in. It's coming up.
Pick is in.
Officially, guys.
Tran, I'm gonna let you announce it if it's who we think.
You got a shot glass, whiskey in it?
Allegedly.
Nah.
If it was the Eagles, oh man.
Damn, Tyler had 1,000 yards rushing last year. About to be Trey Mason.
Poor Drake London. He's probably sick.
Hey man, run it back by committee, regardless.
Yeah. How about those?
Hit the like button, please.
Hats,
Listen to
y'all
D-Train.
feeling those draft day hats?
Very
nice.
Pick is in. All right, they're going over two guys who are mentors right now.
Blah blah blah.
Yeah.
They like flag football. Oh, Big Brothers, Big Sisters. Hey, shout out to the Big Brothers, Big Sisters. That's a good organization. I like them.
That young man looks very nervous.
Yeah. It's the Dirty Bird.
All right, brother, you can do it. Announce the pick.
Oh, he's
He is. He's like hyperventilating. Bijan. There he is.
Bijan.
Our first rounder since, what was it?
It's been a minute.
Can you hear my son screaming right now, going nuts?
Screaming, yeah.
Right now. Bijan.
There's gonna be a lot of people that are gonna be tuning into Atlanta Falcons games now.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, a lot of people from here in Texas. Oh, look at Sark there.
Bijan Robinson is an Atlanta Falcon.
A top 10 pick. A top 10 pick.
Look at our son.
So the thing about it is, like, a lot of people are saying, oh man, there was an article that was put out recently that, oh, he's going to be this huge bust. I don't see the real potential that other people see. People, especially people who are critiquing athletes, they're not critiquing everything. Like, I don't know if y'all have touched on the line play that Bijan has had to play with here at Texas.
Yeah.
Okay.
We did.
Right.
Yeah. It was very up and down.
It wasn't very up and down. I mean, the run blocking has not been great for him. And like I said, if I'm Bijan's people, the tape that I'm sending out is the tape against Arkansas, where he was getting hit 6 yards behind the line of scrimmage, and he still had a net positive of 80 yards in that game. That was his most impressive game. So all these great runs that they're showing right here, yeah, if you get him in an open space, he's extremely dangerous because he is a one-step, cut back, go guy who is a big back too. He's a lot bigger than what he looks like, even when you're standing next to him in person. So, I mean, I am extremely happy for him. This is the reason why he committed. I mean, we've all talked about it.
Eagles just traded up, just throwing it out there.
They moved to 9
to get that.
So they traded with the Bears.
Carter.
Probably. I mean, my guess. I mean, this is where we kind of see if that guarantee was BS or not.
Where are we at on the trade counter? Is that 5 in the top 10?
Two of them were from Houston.
Yeah, you had the midweek to number 1, and then the Lions, Cardinals.
Yeah, brother. D-Train, I hear you, brother, but there's no sports team I hate more than the Eagles, and I don't want him with the Eagles. He can be anybody
D-Train,
else.
you really want him to go those garbage
sorry,
people? They're legit garbage people.
They don't deserve them.
Yeah.
No. I don't. No.
I think it's gonna be Jalen here, man. I think it's gonna be Carter.
Dude, but that's so. Let's talk about this Jalen Carter thing potentially, right? Real quick. They just lost Hargraves in free agency. They have Jordan Davis. I think Fletcher Cox is back on a 1 year. That is a nasty interior line if they pick up Jalen Carter.
Yeah.
Like
that's O-line.
That's I mean, there's a reason why they almost set the league record for sacks last year. Right?
Yeah.
They almost did. And then if you're adding a Jalen Carter to that group, that's almost like a cheat code. I didn't want them to get Nolan Smith though, because I think Nolan Smith has some Micah in him, and I didn't want them to have. I don't know. I mean, I think at this point though, where the Eagles, just because of these trades, they're gonna get an elite player.
They're interviewing Bijan.
Oh well, we got it. We can't have it up too loud, or else we'll get demonetized. But I'm sure he looks very, very happy and
adding stacking more paper to his already copious amounts of paper that he has.
Let me tell you, I just got back from Atlanta, and that is a beautiful stadium. And he's not going far from home, so he's going to enjoy it, I think.
What do you mean he's not going far from home?
Texas well, I know he's not from Texas, but I mean, living in Texas now to Atlanta, that's a short trip, hour and a half, so better than going to the Browns.
What? Atlanta, Georgia?
Yeah, hour and a half flight.
Texas?
Literally just took it twice.
Oh, you made it sound like it's from Houston to Dallas, brother.
Listen. There's a big difference than going up in the Northeast into that cold, or going to Philly or whatever, like.
I'm like, what is this man talking about?
Y'all said Atlanta was a trash franchise, but I would much rather play for Atlanta than play for some of these other clowns.
Well, you got to also think about the competition he's playing year in, year out too.
Yeah.
Like, is there anyone in the AFC South that's just like scary on defense? That you're just terrified to go. NFC. Sorry.
Yeah, NFC. No, not anymore.
Tampa Bay does. I mean, they don't have. They don't have.
Know what they want.
Yeah.
Tampa Bay was actually another team that was interested in Bijan too. But yeah, to y'all's point, I mean, Carolina, obviously, what they just did tonight, getting Bryce Young, and then the Saints. I mean, we'll see what the Saints do. All right, the Eagles are picking.
Yep, Carter.
Yep.
All right, so that was confirmed. When I started hearing it, I was like, I think that I really thought that was their guy. I don't think Jalen Carter, if not for this, the Eagles get to benefit from him being a F up off the field. Because he probably goes like top 3, if not for what happened.
Yeah.
Being an anchor on I mean, they're showing the details
he's
now.
Still top 10 pick, even when he was on the scene when people were killed. I mean,
that's how you know
he's a baller.
When they can put this type of information on the screen and they're like, wow.
Yeah. It happens, here and there.
He plugs the whole well.
Apparently not.
He this is a good point though. He did lose. I mean, if you think about where Drew Rosenhaus is his agent. That's a classic Drew Rosenhaus client right there.
Yeah.
But if you think about the money from a slot standpoint, so right now, based upon what was talked about with these quarterbacks, Will Levis is losing money.
He's still the second D lineman taken, right? Second D lineman.
Bears pick is already in. The Bears took a minute.
Yeah.
I think the Eagles called. Did the Bears tell the Eagles they were going to pick Jalen Carter, and they heard about that rumor too? That we know you guys have a guarantee on him. So let's finesse another pick out of you before you pick. Isn't that what typically happens when teams flip spots like that? Like we know you want to pick Jalen Carter.
I wonder what the details are. It must be just like some money or something like that. Because if they're going to take,
they may. I mean, typically, sometimes you got to give. Do you remember when the Giants and the Eagles traded places?
Yeah.
And the Eagles got Devontae Smith,
2 years
right?
ago,
Yeah, it was 2 years ago. I think they gave up a third rounder to flip. I mean, but look at Jalen. I mean, when Jalen Carter he's throwing people. This is the same guy in the LSU game when he picked up Jaden Daniels and held up the finger. That was the most dominant play any human being made in the college football season. Hey, rest in peace, Chadwick. Rest in peace.
All right, who are the Bears taking here? Pick is in.
Christian Gonzalez, maybe?
Gotta be O-line, man. They got to protect their quarterback. They're terrible. He's got weapons now.
Could be O-line.
Yeah, I think it's O-line, man.
Bears need a lot.
Gonzalez was supposed to be a top 10 guy.
It's the best available now. We're really excited about Oregon players, though.
Hey, Justin Herbert's turned out okay.
That's true. I'll give you that.
Jalen Carter has a beautiful family.
Hey, I'm supposed to give a shout out to Noah Griffith. What's up, Noah?
Hey, Noah.
Congrats on the baby sister, girl.
Shout out to Brandon. Shout out to Brandon and Amanda as well.
No, I didn't say that. I just said Noah, not Amanda and Griff. Just Noah.
Good. Respect. Man, I'm happy for Bijan.
I am too, man.
That's the play I was talking
I'm
about.
also happy for Texas finally to break that streak.
Yeah.
Damn, it was too long.
Definitely needed that.
Yeah, the Eagles were going Carter the whole time. That rumor was true. And I think what the Bears did was finesse a pick out of it, knowing
they're showing
the people behind them want to pick.
The Eagles watch party. Look at all those garbage people.
Now, one thing that I will say this: what if the Eagles come back because they still have another pick, right, at the end of the first round. What if they get Jahmyr Gibbs? I mean, I think that's a nasty combination right there. If you end up with Jalen Carter and Jahmyr Gibbs as your first 2 picks, I mean, ooh, Darnell Wright. Okay, so Jimmy.
Yeah, tackle.
That was one of the names. Tackle from Tennessee, Darnell
Yeah.
Wright.
That's a good pick.
Who had really, really good film. He had really good film against Will Anderson, by the way. Did a really great job in that game against him.
Yeah.
Thing with Darnell Wright was that was one of the names that Jane Slater tweeted out that the Cowboys were very high on. And this is, I mean, from all the mocks, I thought he was actually going more after 15. So for him to go 10 in the way, to your point, Jimmy, the Bears looking to get some offensive line help for Justin Fields.
Yeah. And
starting to protect the asset. I think that's been another thing. Paris Johnson looking to protect the asset. He goes to the Cardinals. So he actually goes before Peter Skronsky from Northwestern, which is interesting.
Well, yes.
But they said that guy from Northwestern has short arms.
You also got to look at the tape that he's putting on against people against high class pass rushers. He's not even taking it. Yeah, he's not even taking chips too. He's pulling. This one's a pull. Wow, I mean, he just ate up a defensive back. Look at my man run.
I feel like Will Levis is gonna pull an Aaron Rodgers here, and he's not gonna get picked for a while.
He could go to Tennessee or Washington.
Yeah, I think this is another O-line pick. I think Titans are gonna go O-line here.
I'm telling y'all though, I think some of these teams, because we've had 4 quarterbacks get picked, or no, 3 quarterbacks get picked so far. So Hooker's still out there, and Levis of the top 5 consensus top 5 they were talking about. I think some of these teams, if you're a GM that has job security, I'll put it this way. If you're a GM that you have job security and you don't have a quarterback, are you already saying, I don't need to take Will Levis or Hooker. I'm going to wait till next year when Caleb Williams hits the draft and Drake May and all those guys that are better prospects anyway.
I mean, the Titans have bigger.
At some point,
got big holes. You know what I mean? Like so. Yeah, I don't think it makes sense when you still have a quarterback to take one here, really.
Well, there was a rumor saying that they're already not pleased with Malik Willis, and they may consider trading Ryan Tannehill and all these other things. So that's why I think quarterback was a little interesting there.
Yeah,
and we do know they like CJ Stroud. We don't know who else they liked, but I again with the whole development conversation we've continued to have, right? And organizations and these things matter, right?
Yeah.
It already kind of stinks that you're hearing the things you're hearing about Malik Willis.
Yeah.
That they're already allegedly already willing to give up on the guy, right? After 1 year.
1 year where he wasn't really even given the opportunity to be a full starter either. I mean, he was kind of tinkered with, kind of like they did.
Yeah, they're already
Trey Lance, same thing. He just got hurt, but
he got hurt, and the first game he played was in a monsoon. People are
it was in a monsoon, but he also didn't start well. They came out of the gate really bad, and then the rest was kind of history when he went down. But so D-Wee's no tight ends yet is a good call. That bodes well for us taking a tight end in the first round. Yeah, for sure.
Hey, Quinn Ewers could be in that conversation next year if he pops off this year and does what he's supposed to do.
Absolutely. Controversy already, huh?
They were already breaking down his film after the Alabama game on some of his throws.
They were. The NFL
Yeah.
people are.
Yeah.
Where does Nolan Smith go? Because I guess I'm higher on Nolan Smith than a lot of these other teams.
So why did
also, I
Nolan
think whatever
Smith drop? Like I'm not understanding. I mean that he's put on great tape. He had a great workout. He's apparently supposedly
Jody's
yeah.
healthy.
Why is he dropping so far?
Daniel Jeremiah has him on his board at 13, so maybe he's in the range. I don't know. I'm higher on Nolan Smith.
Didn't he run a 4.3?
Yes.
And he has tape with it. It's not just like straight line speed.
Yeah, his tape is good. His tape is really, really good. Also, Nolan Smith, for those who don't know, that 2018 recruiting class, that's the reason why I picked Georgia to win the national championship. And Tran knows this. That 2018 Georgia recruiting class, their number one player was Justin Fields in that class, who didn't even really end up playing for them. He went to Ohio State, obviously, but the second player in that, and I think the highest rated non-QB after Fields and Trevor Lawrence was Nolan Smith. And look what he's obviously, it took him a little longer, but look what he developed into at Georgia. My goodness, right? That was also the class with Jordan Davis and Nakobe Dean.
Yeah.
And now all these guys are Eagles because Nakobe Dean's an Eagle. Jordan Davis is an Eagle. Jalen Carter's an Eagle. I see a little trend there going on in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
But that 2018 class, that was one of the greatest recruiting classes. I remember saying that at the time. I was like, Kirby, if you don't win a national championship with all these dudes that you got to sign in 28, and to his credit, he's now won two. He got it.
Is that the Keely Ringo one too? Or is Keely the year after?
Keely was 2020.
Peter,
Keely was Bijan's class, right?
Tackle.
Yeah, he was, because he was supposed to be a part of the Arizona 3. Him and Lathan Ransom.
Yeah, Ransom.
Offensive lineman. Yeah. Titans.
Skronsky. Okay, so Skronsky. So we're starting to see a little run here because he goes right after Wright goes.
Yep. Next tackle grade would be Broderick Jones.
Oh, is he the first one that's checked the legacy box?
Yeah, I mean, after Broderick Jones, there's a big gap of tackle talent in terms of best available. So,
and I heard that Skronsky, they still may put him inside.
Yeah, they have him listed as guard.
Yeah, he may play inside in the league. He may not play tackle. We'll see.
Yep. Got a hybrid maybe.
They were saying his arms he has short arms, but he's obviously. I mean, his tape is. Let me look at him pull.
Yeah.
Shit, he looks like a guard.
Yeah.
His tape look. I mean,
Lions have got the pick in.
Yeah, Nolan Smith's been injured. His tape this year was good though, man. I could be, again, like I said, we could be higher on Nolan than some of you guys are. That's the beautiful thing about the draft. It's a subjective science. Also, it's a projection. Just because you weren't putting up the best numbers in college, and this is a point I saw made today on Twitter, I think by Ian Boyd of Inside Texas, which was the college game, especially when we're considering defensive players and edge players. Please listen up, guys. the way that they're deployed in college is always going to be different from the way they're deployed in the NFL because they throw from the pocket in the NFL on a far more consistent basis. So their responsibilities from a rush standpoint are going to be very different than playing against some of these super spreads, all this type of stuff where there's, you're not able to just be deployed like that, which kind of explains why Will Anderson's pass drop rates were so high in comparison to his pass rush rates. Because there's certain time, like some of these college offenses, they're throwing screens 80% of the time. You don't even have time to rush the passer, right? Or opportunity. Whereas in the league, you're working one-on-one with the tackle way more. You're fighting through a double team with the tight end, maybe. It's a different, different responsibility.
Jahmyr Gibbs.
Jahmyr Gibbs.
That was a surprise. Yeah, that's a weird one.
Kid's got home run capability, though.
Yeah, that's just a.
We saw that against Texas.
If you wanted him.
He's phenomenal in the pass game as well. That's another guy that can play in the slot. I mean, Tran.
Yeah,
he killed us with Texas routes. Killed us.
Yeah, he's fast.
He killed, we actually did a good job. It was Jace McClellan that broke the big run against us. It wasn't Gibbs. But, you see the Texas, all these are Texas routes, guys, where they break off that backer and cut right back into the inside against, whether it was against Ovi, whether it was against Jalen Ford, and he cuts back inside. Yeah. That's such easy money for a quarterback. That's such a quarterback-friendly option. Those are some of the things we've been asking as Cowboys fans.
Yeah, linebackers covering
that route on the K-State.
On K-State,
linebackers covering you. That's food right there.
Chop them feet and just had them frozen.
Yeah,
you see and that translates to the NFL.
Yeah,
when coordinators are looking for one-on-one matchups.
Yeah.
And you want to make somebody food?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, the Packers are about to get their quarterback.
Again, we've been asking to see that with Tony Pollard. Use that way.
Yeah, I agree with you, Brandon. I think the Packers are about to take Will right here. That may just work out very nicely for them.
Tashard Choice, good point here. Tashard Choice has two backs. I mean, he shares this with Drayton for Bijan, of course, because Drayton did recruit Bijan. But Tashard Choice has coached. For those that don't know, Tashard Choice coached Jahmyr Gibbs at Georgia Tech before he transferred to Alabama, and at that same time, Tashard Choice came over to Texas to coach Bijan. And he made a really nice video today talking about both of those guys. So. Big day for Tashard Choice. Yeah. Guys you have a personal relationship with, right? And knowing those young men, knowing their families and all that. So that's pretty cool as a coach.
Just to steal your girl.
Tran, that's supposed to be, we got to save those stories for the Patreon or something, bro. You can't just be throwing stuff out.
I like leaving those little breadcrumbs.
One day when it's safe, we can share that Tashard Choice story, but not today. That's not a story for the people. We
can't break them down after you just built them up.
Shout out to Coach Choice.
Great job.
Great job. And he's continuing to do a great job. We've been recruiting the hell out. We got Gibson coming in, #1 running back in the 2024 class. Did a great job getting Cedric Baxter. Great job by Coach Choice. All we're saying is he can recruit on and off the field. I will say this. I have a question for you guys. Do the Packers troll and take a receiver for the first time ever?
No,
here?
They don't.
That'd be hilarious, though, right? Like, if they took a receiver.
Yeah, it would be hilarious.
Like, they're notorious. It would be hilarious. Like Aaron Rodgers was begging for a receiver first round. He never got it. And then they trade him and pick a receiver. I would laugh so hard if they did that, but I don't think it's going to be receiver here, just with the way the board still looks. Although you can make the argument Jackson Smith-Njigba was every bit as good as Chris Olave, who went in this area last year to the New Orleans Saints.
They already made the pick. Y'all want to know who it was? I'll wait.
You must be way ahead of us on TV.
It's just Twitter. Twitter's like they know like way before.
Oh yeah. Twitter. Yeah.
The second you put the team in there, they've already got it. You know, they already got the card.
Yeah.
As soon as it says pick is in, it's on Twitter. Little secret if anybody wants to know.
There was one year it was really bad.
Yeah. That's why the day, round 2 and 3 are so much better because they're just moving, like it's Spitfire.
Yeah, those are my favorite day because it's just so fast. It's like they're still talking about the previous draft, and then 2 other people get drafted in between.
Yeah.
Ooh, okay, another trade. Packers.
What's going on, Lando?
No, that's the Aaron Rodgers trade.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they flipped. Yeah. They flipped spots. So the Jets will pick at 15. Landon, what are you thinking right now with the Cowboys? We're halfway home to where we pick, right? At 26. Now we'll wait till this Packers pick is officially announced, but I want to have that conversation with you guys of now that we've seen the board play out a little bit and a lot of these trades. What are we thinking?
Lucas Van Ness.
DN.
Okay. DN from Iowa.
If that's ever a DN from Iowa, I've ever seen one.
Yeah.
Got the ladies in the house.
Not sure which one's his. Yeah, I'm curious to know what Lando means by that. Because to me, I still think they're picking a tight end, as much as I don't want them to.
Lucas Van Ness going to Green Bay.
So assuming the Cowboys pick a tight end, who do y'all want? Who do y'all want out of those guys? Kincaid, or do you want Michael? Somebody else?
I mean, they're all kind of in the same pot to me in a lot of ways. I mean,
I think I like Mayer better.
I think Michael Mayer is really good. The problem is Cowboys fans aren't going to really be thrilled about the pick because he's not a plus athlete. And so that's kind of like now I think he's a better blocker than Dalton Schultz ever was. But it's going to be in that same vein of what he can do. And he's got great hands, right? And he's great down and his tape against really good players is good. Yeah. Michael Mayer, but I don't think I know Landon's not thrilled with the tight ends. If y'all been following Landon's content, he's not excited about it.
Yeah.
I would sign up for Will McDonald. That's kind of where I'm falling with all of this. For me, I would be really excited if we took Will McDonald.
I would love Darnell Washington not at 26, right? Like, can we get him in the second or third? But, like, get somebody else in the first, but then Darnell Washington is a mauler in run game, right? We're going to run the ball. So, like, that's my perfect scenario. I don't know if that happens, but because it sounds like first-round tight end is going to happen.
You would have to pick Washington in the first round. You're not going to be able to – I don't think you would be able to come back in the second and get him.
Yeah, I don't – They would be taking a chance for sure, right? But even if they traded back in, that would be the best case scenario for me. But like I don't know.
And I don't want them reaching for Sam Laporta.
Oh no! I've seen his name a lot too.
That was the big name. That was the big oh my OMG that came out today. Now I will say this: if they do reach and do it, or if they whoever they pick, I've reached peace, and I told you this off camera, Jimmy. I've reached peace in my life to where I will give them the benefit of the doubt more than I have in a long time, regardless of who they pick. Not to say that it's what I would do per se, but I will. I'm giving them grace because this is the most probably developed roster I've seen the Cowboys have coming into a draft. And knowing the success they've had recently is encouraging. But so the Steelers are picking now? And Laporta's a better player than Michael Mayer. Yeah, hey. Here's the thing, Landon. The opinions of the tight ends this year are all over the place. What about the other guy from the smaller school? What's his name? Let me go to my tight end board here real quick. I haven't heard his name in a while. There's another tight end that is on the board.
Tucker Kraft. Is that who you're thinking of, Steve?
No. I don't know who
He's
that
from
is.
South Dakota.
Guy, though. Dang it. Luke Musgrave. Landon, how do you feel about Luke Musgrave? I know some people are a lot higher on him than others. Ooh, good question. Do you think Drake London will give up number 5 to Bijan? Might have to make a business decision there. All right, let's see who the Steelers are picking. Broderick Jones, another tackle.
Another Georgia.
Yeah, has anybody watched any film of Luke Musgrave from Oregon State?
No. Sorry, Pac-12. I didn't know they had film.
They said he was balling out before he got hurt.
I like his measurables.
2 career TDs, 9 career drops. Landon. Hey, I gotta grab a charger real quick. I'll be right back.
Yeah, going off of I guess what the profile of Musgrave, I don't like how it's talking about an undisclosed knee injury cost him the rest of 2022. That's not a good sign if you're not disclosing it. I can't hear you, dude. What the fuck? Can you hear me? Jimmy? Can you hear me? What shit is going on? Hey, can you hear me? No. Can you hear me at all? Because I cannot hear anything. Yeah, that's all. What the heck? I can't hear you either. Oh, so y'all can hear me. You just can't hear. Yeah, I can't hear him at all as well. But yeah, we're just holding off Musgrave as an athlete. But let's see, Todd McShay. Dallas sucks in the draft once again. They haven't even drafted yet. Yeah. Hey, so what questions you guys got? I guess I'll give an announcement. A lot of stuff is going to be coming soon from the Fanatic Perspective Network. Myself, Ngati, Brandon, our friend Billy, who's from LSU, we're working on some things that's going to be released shortly. But I'm holding off until the others get back in. But from a Dallas Cowboys perspective, I'm looking at Lando. I didn't read what you were doing. What's who do you think we should go after? I know they're all talking about tight ends, but who do you feel like we should go after? Nick V. Jordan's doing pretty well. He's playing up, so he's playing 8U team. He's 7. Uh, we're in the process of feeling out whether we should just put him in tackle and get it over with because he's actually pretty physical and flag. He's smaller than all the others, but I've seen him take some pretty rough hits, and I feel like if he has his helmet and everything like that, he'll be perfectly fine. Some of the stuff has rocked him because he's been going against bigger kids, but he's doing well. We had a tournament in Arlington, and we played the number 1 ranked team in the nation, and then the number 2 ranked team back to back. So he did really well in regards to coverage. No one threw the ball on us or anything like that, but we still got beat. I mean, he's learning, and he's learning how to play with his team. Hey, Steve, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, I
Can you
can
hear
hear
me?
you.
Hey, fine.
Jim.
Yeah, it looked like Jim was having. I think Jim was having connection issues. When I walked away, his connection was low.
Yeah, I thought my shit was. I
But
thought my
you
shit
were
was going
coming
on,
through.
and then I just saw everyone's like, "Hey, we hear you, but
Yeah.
not Jim."
Next Longhorn selected. I think it's either going to be Overshown
I
or
think it's
Roshan.
Roshan. I think a lot of teams fell in love with him.
But I think that's going to be hopefully day
Yeah.
2. I think that'll probably be 3rd round
Yeah.
range. I think they both go in that. There's a few teams that are really high on Demo though, and have ideas on how they want to use him defensively. So we'll see. I think it's between those two for the next Longhorns. Gonzalez is falling, which is interesting. Do the Jets go and take Nolan Smith here? They're playing cards. That's awkward. I didn't expect Nolan Smith to. I'll be honest with you. I thought his measurables, his personality, maybe the medical. There's some questions that teams have on the medical.
That's crazy to me. That's crazy to me.
I'm a Osiris guy. Landon. The Jets seem to have. I know they're turning their pick in. But they seem to have been at a crossroads a little bit with how they wanted to go inside their building. Just the vibe I'm getting.
Question. Every time I just laugh every time I see the war room pics of video of everyone high fiving and hugging. Like, of course you feel like you picked the best player. Like, have you ever seen a war room just like when they set a pick and they're just not happy?
Well, you gotta. I mean, because you can tell who was fighting for who. Yeah, man. Shout out to Rogue Shop. You guys use that promo code Fanatic20, 20% off. Show them some love. Those are, like we said, number one online shop right now. CBD and THC. Amazing company, veteran owned, black owned. They're doing their service is second to none. They have live chat to help you walk through the products. You have issues with sleep or anxiety or any of physical ailments. There's a variety of products that they offer that can really, really help. And it's a company that I'm proud to be partnered up with, and they're sponsoring our draft party here together. So shout out to rogueshop.com. Use that promo code Fanatic20, 20% off at checkout, folks.
Cody Mock.
Now, Cody. So we're landing that positional versatility. How valuable is that for?
So,
I mean, I think it's valuable considering you already have people that are playing multiple positions.
I think it's way more valuable in college, to tell you the truth. I think in the NFL it's different. I think you should have an idea of where you should be locked in, so you can focus on it as much as possible. But I mean, sometimes people get injured and you have to push people over to a different spot on the line. But I like his measurables.
Sorry, guys.
What's up, man?
Man, that Dell computer wigged out. I don't know what happened. Got the Jets pick. Are they gonna get a wide receiver here for Aaron? I'll show him how it's done. Possibly. Let little man call it. To Jackson? Anybody? This kid's getting it. Oh, linebacker. Will McDonald.
Ooh, okay, from Iowa State.
Oh, he took my guy.
Did not see that one coming.
I thought we would have. Okay, well, my guy is gone. 10 spots
the Jets like themselves some Iowa State boys.
Yeah, seriously.
They went McDonald. I mean, that's already a crazy talented young defensive group that the Jets have, right? One of the better young defenses in all of football. And you're adding Will McDonald to that mix, and he was playing out of position at Iowa State. So he was playing on a 3-down line and still crushing people. So imagine what he'll look like playing off of guys like Quentin Williams. Look out. I like that pick for the Jets because I like the player, but there's guys like Christian Gonzalez that are falling that were supposedly top 10 picks. Nolan Smith is still on the board.
Damn, look at that swim move with the strip.
First round pick for Iowa State since the 70s.
Is that true?
I feel like they've had some linebackers in the past, but I don't know.
Where did Montgomery go?
Third round. I'm telling you guys, I've never seen a draft like that. I feel like a lot of teams
Linderbaum
they're
went round 1 last year, so that's not true. Tyler Linderbaum was
who?
Tyler Linderbaum, the center.
No, that's Iowa.
Yeah,
Iowa State.
My fault. I was like, that ain't right because there's been a whole bunch of Iowa players go.
No, we just had we just had.
That's what I was saying. Like, they're a product. Yeah, my fault.
1973.
Yikes, man! 1973.
They sent out my rabbit ears.
Yeah, them rabbit ears, man. No, I'm telling you that rabbit ears is clear HD these days. That's good stuff. Don't knock the rabbit ears. You can't DVR it, but
come on, Will, get on that fake cell phone call.
Right.
That would be the most Commanders-ish ever to take Will Levis here. Or do they say bump that and they take Hendon Hooker?
Who's the Commanders? Remember, we are Commanders. That'll probably get you turned off too, using somebody else's jingle.
Left hand up. They got new ownership. They got new life.
Still got a leaky stadium though.
Mm-hmm. Worst stadium in the league. One of the worst stadiums in the league.
It's pretty bad.
They also didn't they decline Chase Young's 5th-year option?
Yeah, they did that this week. Okay. Let's see here. All right. Pick is in. Something's up with Nolan Smith. There's so too many teams passing on him. I know he was injured recently, but I don't mind Nolan Smith on the Cowboys. Ran a 4.3940. Nolan Smith did in the combine. 6'2".
Somebody spamming. Oh, let me go kick somebody out.
Okay.
I didn't see it. I'll be right back. I'm about to go take care of some business on somebody in the chat real quick.
Okay.
Don't we normally designate that to someone? We delegate that access.
It's supposed to be D-Train's job. Where's
Come
he
on,
at?
bro.
D-Train has mod privileges.
He shoots over one question and disappears.
Jam.
Honestly, I really think that the first day they should drop it down to 8 minutes. 8-minute picks. 10-minute shit is too long.
Yeah, they really drag it out.
They've had
I don't mind
3 months. They've had 3 months since the end of the season to sit there and you have 20 people on your board for first round. Come on. I just got shit to do. Come on, NFL.
Yeah.
Brandon's killing me.
What's a derail?
All right, Emmanuel Forbes.
His new bachelor
Emmanuel
action.
Forbes, quarterback, Mississippi State. The Commanders.
Oh, they went. Okay, that's a good pick, actually. He's good. He's good. He's smaller, but he's good.
It's
Really
the
good
deal on
football player.
Christian getting passed up, though.
Something's up with Christian. Yeah, they got Forbes. They got Forbes listed at 166 pounds. I told y'all he's small, but he can play.
Let's see. Didn't really get to see the physicality on that first play.
What's somebody in the chat? Can you guys find out what's going on with Christian Gonzalez and why he's falling?
Let's see. Oh, blitz off the corner. Good ankle tackle. Wow, that was a good read and jump.
Well,
I agree, Landon. It's a good pick. They normally, this is what I was talking about, where we can say certain franchises are bust. We just talked about Washington, not even, they just declined the 5th-year option on Chase Young, but this is a good pick. This is a good football pick. In all honesty, they've had good picks in the past. I'm not saying everybody they pick is trash.
It's going to be terrible when that field ruins his knee.
Ugh, they got to get out of FedEx.
It's awful. I've seen so many people go down with ACLs there. It's the drainage problem, right? Like the water.
they definitely have plumbing issues. I know
Yeah.
that. I don't know about the field itself.
That stadium's barely, it's not even 30 years old, dude. They built that stadium when I was in like 3rd grade. So for them to have the issues that they have, it's crazy.
Okay.
The mob
Christian
cut the city a
Gonzalez
deal.
for the Patriots. Christian just got taken. Patriot.
Interesting.
So that puts that to bed.
I trust Belichick with corners. That's his expertise. At the end of the day, he's always been that secondary guy first. So I trust him when it comes to corners and stuff.
He looks
Now,
like a big corner.
is now the best
6'3".
available.
6'1".
He looks like one of those brothers that would be on All-American on CW.
Lions are back on the clock.
Out there covering Spencer James.
All right, you see the difference between like Georgia's tape and how Georgia goes against like the top competition, and his tape is against Colorado. Same.
Yeah. Well, Colorado's about to get better.
And not this year. I don't think this year.
Yeah, I got a little
Hashtag we
right
coming. Hashtag we coming.
I mean, it don't take much to be better than you were last year.
Oh yeah, they need to win 2 games.
Yeah, if he wins,
he needs to win 2 games.
He's double.
Right, so they're gonna be better. But yeah, not SEC better, but they'll be better.
It's in KC, right?
And the Lions. Is it me or does it feel like the Lions have had like 5 picks?
Yes,
They could take Levis. The thing is, if you're going to take a quarterback, this is a point that started getting made a lot around the bigger platforms. You want to take him in the first round so you get the 5th year.
Yeah.
If you're going to sit somebody, because if you do that, like say you're like, oh well, we have a 2nd round grade on the guy, and you take him in the 2nd round, and you sit him, then you really only got 3 years left before you have to make a decision. So Will Levis does not look like he's about to get picked by Detroit, though. He's getting
Aaron Rodgers.
He reminds he looks upset like that, like the white quarterback on draft day was getting upset.
He looks like a young Conan O'Brien to me.
Well, his NFL comp profile for Matt Miller is he's a Carson Wentz, so like that ought to be helping his stock a bit.
Somebody just texted me and said, I can see why the brother fell. All his highlights are from the Colorado game. Oh, okay, fine. We have a play.
Is that what I just said too? The dude was like every one of his plays.
He's cooking the Buffaloes.
Yes, Will Levis looks like Bo Callahan. There you go.
Bo Callahan.
How come your teammates didn't come to your birthday party? That's how we know this guy's not a leader. Red flag.
Red flag.
Red flag. Why didn't your teammates come to your birthday party, son? Teammates don't come to your birthday party. How do I know you can lead a locker room? The GM, the former GM, Steve Keim, I don't know if anybody saw his interview. He did. I think he was on Rich Eisen's show. I'm pretty sure it was Rich Eisen. And I think Rich asked him how like realistic draft day was. And he said it was actually pretty realistic in terms of how they go through their evaluations and how they overthink at the last minute.
Yeah.
After he was like, you're so confident about your board, you know, in January, right? And then when it comes up, everybody's nervous and you're doing these last second checks. And he's like, they had one time where he said he called a coach and he was like, hey, I just make me feel good about this. I'm going to pick your guy tomorrow. And he was like, is there any reason why I shouldn't do it? This is the kid you've had for the last 4 years. And he said, all I heard on the phone was, and he was like, I knew from that reaction, he was indirectly telling me don't pick him. Because he was like, if you've been around for somebody 4 years and you think he deserves to be picked, you wouldn't hesitate to give the endorsement. So it's interesting stuff.
All right, Lions, what's it going to be?
Now y'all quoting draft day in the comments. I'm sorry, sir. I don't remember anything about that. That's a good movie, man. In all seriousness, I know the trades were a little unrealistic, but I love the fact they are quoting draft day in the comments now. Got P. Diddy. P. Diddy was his agent.
Calm down, Bo.
Only 8 picks away from our Cowboys.
Getting there. Man, dude, if Nolan Smith is available, I'm not going to be mad if they take him.
Neither.
We need a linebacker. We need a linebacker. And if you're going best available right there, Nolan Smith is that guy.
Him and Micah be nasty.
Yeah. Because
there's got to be something up, though.
I mean, are you Damone Clark, Leighton? It's another glass house, Leighton Vander Esch. I mean, you could use another piece there.
I don't know if Landon's still on here, but one guy I would consider is also Jackson Smith and Jigba.
He ain't gonna get there.
No, he's not. He's right.
You'll see.
After we should have got him to play at Texas.
Yeah. Nah, he's.
Tom Herman said too short or some dumb shit like
that. I like
that.
what Dan Campbell is building, man. I like that team. Secretly they're my little like sub team I watch because I like Dan Campbell a lot.
Yeah, Dan Campbell, he's a good culture coach.
They're just fun to watch, man. Like, I don't know. Not golf necessarily, but just I don't know. Like, yeah, they just come to play every week.
Grit.
Yeah, they have a lot of grit. A lot of grit. Yeah, but they're really dragging these out. Watch their break.
Yeah, come on. That's what I'm saying.
I think they're dragging it out because the draft was going pretty quickly.
Look, I mean, the pick is there.
And they got to get their ads in.
Every 4 minutes, the pick is in. Like, they're just delay. All right, here we go. Jackson off the board.
They wouldn't.
Ooh, no, it wasn't. Jack Campbell.
Jack Campbell. That's a Dan Campbell pick right there.
Wow.
Jack Campbell. So we got an inside linebacker getting picked. Yeah, he does very tall like Leighton Vander Esch was. Mm-hmm. And this is actually the same pick that Leighton Vander Esch went when he was picked. Jack Campbell. Man, why wasn't Iowa better? They got all these people getting picked.
Yeah.
No offense.
Oh, that highlight was great.
Yeah, that quarterback.
Yeah, he just dragged him.
They had one of the worst quarterbacks.
I mean, they got to play complimentary football, man.
That's LBU right there.
So I'm saying something right now because this is a Texas show.
Go ahead.
A lot of the plays he's making right now on film, Mr. Jalen Ford already makes.
He does. The thing with Jalen is he's going to have to he's not 6'5" like this guy is. But he will, if you're shorter, that's fine. We've seen shorter guys go in the first round, like Devin White and Devin Bush. But he's going to have to test very explosively.
Which I think he will.
They like these tall linebackers, though, because as you saw, that one interception he got is way harder to throw on the seams when you have a tall linebacker like that. That's why, like even us with having Leighton Vander Esch, Leighton gets a lot of tips that turn in either incompletions or like he's had a few of those. Just with it's really hard as a quarterback to throw that. The Bears, I think it was the Bears that went and got was it Edmonds, the linebacker from the Bills or something? I think they paid just to get that type of height in the middle. So those little things matter, especially if you know what you're doing. He's the academic Heisman winner.
Will Levis has to go to Tampa here, right? I mean,
or Hooker.
If a team ever needed a quarterback, it's Tampa.
Yeah, I mean it's what Baker Mayfield there right now and Kyle Trash.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Trask. Excuse me.
You know what you were doing. You were saying with your heart, not your head. Kyle, can you spell Trash? His last name, please. Trash. What's the name?
Yeah, some of these teams, Tampa might be. See, some of these teams need to be on tank alert. Because some of these teams are looking at Caleb Williams right now. So like Tampa Bay may say screw this season.
They may just start just drafting weapons just for him next year. Jackson Smith right here would be a good pick for him. I'm just saying, if you're really thinking about it.
Let's see.
Defensive end, Elijah.
Elijah Kancey?
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, well, he actually plays interior for Pittsburgh.
Tackle,
That's a guy that has been comped to Aaron Donald and Warren Sapp and all these types of stuff. He's his burst, a lot of people have comped him. He's not Aaron Donald, but he's good.
Yeah, he looks smaller than Aaron Donald, but yeah.
He has violent.
But he's gonna play next to Vita Vea though, so that's actually perfect for him.
Yeah.
See these hands. He has violent hands. I like it.
He's the D lineman that ran a 4.6.
Of course, the generic comparison is going to be to Aaron Donald just because they would play the same position and went to the same school.
Yeah.
And they're kind of the same size. They are the same size.
Oh my God. Almost identical.
Wow.
Except arm length.
He looks smaller than Aaron, but I guess not.
He's built. I think he's just built differently, but it's interesting how some of these similarities are interesting though, guys.
Yeah.
Zay Flowers is still on the board.
Some of these comments. Iowa beat the FCS National Championship South Dakota State Jackrabbit 7-3 with 2 safeties and a field goal. That's why they were garbage this year.
Thank you, Nick V.
Catching up here. Yeah, Seahawks, man. A lot of our players that we wanted are still there. I mean, Bijan was never, serious. It was a whiff.
No. And Jahmyr Gibbs is gone too.
We thought that what's his name was going to be gone.
3 of the guards we wanted are there. Torrance, right? All of the tight ends are there.
Cody Mock is still there.
Yeah, all the tight ends, all the guards.
Yeah.
And then we got a little special with some of these other, best availables, right? So
it's kind of the board is going to make the Cowboys' decision for it because Dan Quinn said he was in love with Will McDonald, but Will McDonald's gone, so they don't even have to have that makes it easier for them. They don't have to debate it in the room. Yeah, it's kind of setting up to where they'll have their pick of whoever's at the top of that group.
Nolan Smith is who I'm leaning towards, like wanting, but
no show tomorrow or Saturday. I mean, I'll do a recap. Gotta have some downtime. It's been a busy week, and I streamed the last 3 nights because we streamed last night and the night before. So. I gotta work on my marriage if I can't stream every night like this.
So I looked up Nolan Smith, Steve, and so his size grade.
What are they saying?
His size grade is in the poor category. He's but his speed and his explosion grade is elite.
Yeah.
So it's got to be the size.
But we knew
he's not playing inside.
No, he's not playing. He's not playing inside. I
Well,
mean,
from this point forward,
I get
it's
it.
a steal
But
regardless. From this point forward, it's a steal.
there has to be a medical thing.
Yeah, I don't.
That's if he's there at 26, that's my pick.
I agree.
I'm sorry.
I agree.
Like, screw everything else. I can go get a Sam Laporta or or somebody like that in the second round, but watch him go to Baltimore at 22.
Yeah.
Nolan Smith smells like a Baltimore Raven. They always take who I like. They took Kyle Hamilton, and they took the Linderbaum.
Yep.
He's not going past the Ravens. That's my hot take.
Yeah, I think you're right. I can't see him slipping that far, but I would love it. Pick is in for the Seahawks. It's going to be.
Y'all are right. They're milking this just to get the
100%.
Doesn't look like the Seahawks are picking them.
Yeah, Will's a little butthurt right now.
The next realistic one for him would be Minnesota, if you're thinking about where he could go, because
unless somebody trades up. Somebody can trade up right now.
Unless somebody trades
Titans, like you were saying earlier.
Yeah, somebody's gonna have to trade back in, but I think Minnesota could easily take him.
Yeah. Yeah, Griffith. I see all the tight ends: Osiris, Oliva. Yeah, some wideouts. There's a lot out there. Yeah. But if Nolan is there, dang, that's gonna be hard to pass on. Him and Micah together, Jesus.
I'd love it. I'd be happy.
That's side-to-side speed right there. Ain't no quarterbacks getting out of that pocket.
Yeah, we could still rush Micah and then have him as a spy, which would be awesome.
With Jalen and all these fast quarterbacks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just schematically, it'd be great defensively. Seahawks, who they picking?
Oh, sorry.
They picked him.
Yeah.
They picked Nolan.
Yeah, you're right.
We were talking about it too much.
You're right, Steve. It's we talked about it too much. You're right. But also, like, the board. By the time we get there, the board's going to be obvious. I think for us, whoever is left will be the pick.
We got 5 picks, right, with the 26th.
Yeah, 26. Yeah. Yeah, he's not. Looks like they're about to take him. Man, him and Wagner together are going to be nice. That's a nice little learning deal right there. That defense is about to reload.
Yeah, he's going to a playoff team.
Yeah.
These aren't scrub franchises that some of these players are ending up in, and he's gonna have a chip on his shoulder, falling a little further than he expected. And Nolan's that type of guy. He's crazy motivated, dude.
Yeah,
crazy motivated. When he speaks, the room listens.
Yeah.
And he's going to be that guy that's going to come in and be emotional and say, look, like, the league doesn't know what they've done making me wait so long. Like, he's that type of person.
Oh, boy. Hold on now. It may not be Nolan. We might get lucky here.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. I don't think it's Nolan. Nope, it's not Nolan. Nolan's going to be still there. That's all I'll say. The rich get richer.
Jackson Smith.
The rich get richer. Him and DK together?
JSN. And Tyler Lockett.
Golly. Yeah. How can you forget about Tyler Lockett?
That's a crew.
Jeez.
That's a crew.
That division's a problem.
They all complement each other very well. Noah Fant at tight end. That's a good group. And Geno obviously played, really, really good football last year.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
It's a good group.
Man.
You got Kenneth Walker in the backfield at running back.
Yeah.
Look, this is the guy people forget, and they're showing the Rose Bowl highlights. This man had like 1,000 yards in the Rose Bowl the last time he was healthy. Like, we legit saw him healthy.
Like 318,
right?
Like legitimately 318, right? Or something like that, 320, something like that.
It was something, he was going crazy.
Yeah. They had no answer.
That was a false start by the right tackle, by the way, on the last play. Just throwing that out there.
But, like, when you see him, like, just work the slot, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, just what he gives you out of the slot, he is so good. Oh, man, his route combos, technical, how the creative ways he creates separation against man, he's so good, dude.
All right. Chargers is going to be an interesting pick.
It is because that the Chargers is interesting, dude. You're right. Do they go Zay Flowers? I feel like the Chargers are going to pick. They need a weapon, though.
What's their official needs? Let's see. Say on there. Their most pressing need is pass rush, corner, running back, and receiver.
Yeah.
They could look at. I mean, they have Khalil Mack and Bosa.
Yeah.
But
I kind of what they would do is
what edge is one of those positions.
What they think of Addison? Did they have any grades on Addison for them? Jordan Addison.
Jordan Addison could be in play. I think they might have Zay Flowers ahead of Addison, but
that's
Addison
the kid from Boston, BC, right?
Okay. Yeah, kid from BC.
Joey Porter Jr. could go here too at corner if they go corner.
Joey Porter Jr. is in play. That's a good one.
Best available corner.
That's a good one, Jimmy. Especially with the corners that have already gone off the board.
I think they might try to grab one here.
There's already been, they might try to. I think corner might be the way to go, considering the way the board is falling. Because who else would be left? Like Banks from Maryland, his measurables are crazy, but the tape is not as great as everybody else.
Yeah, after Banks, the next best would be Tariq Stevenson out of Miami, which is so
it's a drop off.
Huge drop. Yeah,
it's a drop off. Yeah, so they might say we don't have another opportunity to get a corner we like.
Yeah, I would say corner's a bigger need than edge, and I'd also say it's probably a bigger need than wide receiver too for them. Although their receivers are always hurt.
I want to answer this question that came from the chat from Jacob. Yeah, Geno's definitely lipping his chops, and I agree. Griff with Lockett in there is nasty.
Yeah, that's a nasty group.
That's a nasty group. But see, I wanted to answer his question. real quick. I know we didn't. Sark's comments at the Houston Touchdown Club. I thought Sark, a lot of what he said, he's actually said on that Pivot podcast. If anybody listened to the Pivot podcast with Ryan Clark, a lot of those comments were in lockstep. I mean, the thing with Sark, and you can see the way he's talking, he just feels really, really good about the identity of the team being his. But like, there was no new news. Like, people thinking, like him saying Arch has no NIL deals. We already knew this. The family's been upfront about not having NIL deals and saying he needed to earn it. Eli Manning said that, I think, on the Manning cast during the last season, that they had already decided Arch wasn't going to take an NIL deal until he became a starter. So there was nothing surprising there. He's been very, very, he smiles about Malik Murphy. He smiles about what he has with his weapons. I think Sark's comments were very much in lockstep with what we heard on the Pivot podcast.
You got Brandon saying Quentin Johnston to the Chargers.
I think he's asking as a question.
I mean, it's a receiver. It would make sense.
If they're doing Quentin Johnston, then that's kind of around the long-term health of Mike Williams, because the same similar type players.
Yeah, big body.
Yeah, Quentin Johnston is the pick.
So Quentin Johnston didn't fall the way everybody said he was going to fall, because people were talking about him not falling out of the first round.
Second receiver off the board.
And the NFL told him he was supposed to get an invite to Kansas City, and the NFL was like, they had fear of him being embarrassed if he didn't go in the first round. So then something weird happened. That's why he's in Dallas for his party and not in Kansas City.
Yeah.
But the person that's fallen now is Will Levis and Nolan Smith, actually, both of them. So Quentin Johnston's a weird one, because half the teams had a first-round grade on him, and I feel like half the teams had a day 2 grade.
Yeah.
So there's varying opinions. We should say this, though, and I will continue to say it, right? Same point I brought up earlier. 10% of the players are going to be good no matter where they go. They're blue chippers. 10% are going to be terrible. 10% are going to get injured, and 70% really depends on their situation. I think he's going into a situation with a quarterback and a team that's already used to throwing these jump fades, these downfield stuff. That's literally what Justin Herbert and Mike Williams and them already do. And that's the situation he needed to go to. If you were going to go and put Quentin Johnston on a team that runs a lot of West Coast stuff and wants him to run routes, he probably will end up being a bust.
Yeah.
But this is a good fit for what he does, in my opinion.
I agree. He's going to get an opportunity there, especially if those receivers get hurt all the time.
They get hurt all the time.
I mean, their second and third, their third and fourth string receivers had to carry a lot of the load last year. They both got hurt. So,
quick pick. This might be the Nolan Smith right here.
Oh, I was thinking Zay Flowers, though, to give, receiving
Lamar.
To Lamar. Yeah. I think Zay Flowers could be here.
What about Kincaid?
Maybe.
Mark Andrews, like the backup.
Yeah, but I've always liked. I'm getting some feedback from you, Tran.
Are you?
You're
you good now?
Cell phone or something? Sound like cell phone. Yeah, you good? It was just like the signal.
Yeah, like a signal.
Better?
I think, we can hear you.
You think what?
I felt like Lamar's always been at his best when he's had 2 tight ends and can run a lot of 12 personnel. And they kind of went away from that. Hayden Hurst left. But they may say, hey, like they got what's his face from Georgia there now is their OC, Monken. So Monken may say he wants to do more 11 personnel and have a more traditional passing offense. That's kind of why they were to Todd Monken. So we could see.
So biggest needs for the Ravens on here that I'm reading is corner and receiver. So that tells me either Zay or Joey. Right? I don't think it's tight end, honestly, but
they the only reason why that might fall right up their alley.
Yeah.
Ravens traditionally have always picked BPA though.
Yeah.
That's why they always kind of take the guys I like, because they've more than a lot of other teams, they pretty much go BPA.
Well, they may do us a solid and get Kincaid here then. We'll see.
Or Nolan.
Yeah, I mean, like ESPN has Kincaid higher than Nolan. Not by a lot, but
Pro Football Focus has Nolan as the 13th ranked player.
yeah. Yeah, they're selling them ads right now, for sure.
They are yes, it's all ad fill. It's our fault. All of us.
Yeah, I'm not. Beckham, I keep forgetting that Beckham went to the Ravens too. So I mean, maybe receivers not a big
18 mil or 15.
Oh man, that contract. Yeah, let's talk about that contract for a minute. Jeez, that was crazy. 15 guaranteed, right? Something like that.
Brandon, thank you for the very kind donation. Thank you, and hanging out with us, man. I know we missed you at the spring game. I had some family stuff come up, but thank you for this, man. We appreciate it. Helps us with the channel, brother. So appreciate it.
And I was lazy. Sorry. No, I was at my kids. I was at my kids.
You got children.
No. My son would have gone for my son is a fanatic about sports right now. You can ask Steven, man. He waited for Steven to get done with the shower just to ask him a couple questions.
He likes all.
I was like, why is this man?
Okay, the snacks at the baseball game too. Getting all them snacks.
Oh, dude, that kid can eat whatever he wants, man. That kid needs to put on some weight.
Yeah, great day for Baltimore though. Getting Lamar his money and the fan. You can see how the fans have reacted just knowing that they got their guy, right? He's staying home. He's staying in Baltimore, and that whole saga, all of the anxiety, because it permeated into the locker room. I think it permeated into their preparation for where the business side of it started getting into all these other things. But I can feel the weight lifted off of their fans and the organization just seeing the visuals.
Yeah.
You can see it. They're like, thank God this stuff is behind us and his deal is done, right? Like, let's move on.
Will Levis Mayo in the coffee turning people off? That's a good comment.
Do you think GMs were you know how they ask all those questions like at the combine and in your interview? Do you think he like weirded out the GMs?
That's what I mean. Some people on Twitter definitely think that, but I don't know.
Also, he was shitty last year.
Yeah. Maybe it's that.
Like,
maybe it's that simple.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't give a
It's
shit
terrible.
what you eat or drink or consume. Just show me you can throw the ball.
Bro went what 11 for 25 for like 100 yards against Vanderbilt, bro. Like that's kind of a problem
in a quarterback friendly offense.
Zay Flowers.
There
Alert.
it is.
Zay Flowers. Okay, so they get another weapon for Lamar. Kieran thinks that Zay Flowers is a baby Antonio Brown's pre-CTE. I said, bro, that's high praise. I mean, Antonio Brown was a guy that, I think he's like only behind like Jerry Rice and I think just Jerry Rice in terms of all pro teams made for a receiver in a career.
Yeah.
Like something crazy, right? Like that's high praise. But you look at his size and his route running ability, you do see some things that remind you of prime AB. I mean, technically, his release and everything, and you put him with NFL level quarterback play.
He's fast, man.
It's a good play. Separation's very good.
And he doesn't play small. He goes and gets the football.
Yeah.
He doesn't play like when you see him, like he's not a typical 5'9" guy. He's winning balls over bigger defenders. Like
he's trying to win that. He's trying to compete with that drip award too.
I know. Look,
I still got to give it up to Tyree.
Tyree's number one. Yeah.
They got him. See, look at these comps. So ESPN is comping him to Tyreek Hill, and then this comping him to Steve Smith Jr.
I like the Steve Smith Jr. one better than Tyreek because
I do too.
The speed's just not the same.
No, it isn't.
Tyreek Hill might be the fastest guy I've ever seen play in the league.
On-field speed.
On the field. On-field speed.
And the disrespect to just shoot the deuce at people when he's burning them, that's just hilarious. It's so funny.
Like we're even
over and over. Like baseball, when you do something like that, you get a fastball to the temple the next at bat, right? Like you thought somebody would have like literally decleated him at some point doing that, but they just can't catch him. So he's literally like
it's the most issue.
You cannot see me. I'm gone every time.
All of you brothers are slow.
Yeah.
All of you.
I can't imagine as a corner the feelings I would have with him just putting his fingers in my face like that. That would just be terrible.
He's drop kicking punters and that's like AB.
Yeah.
That was one of the sickest punt returns. One of the most disrespectful punt returns.
Yeah.
If anybody's ever seen that clip, when it's like him versus the punter, he needs to beat the punter, and he like jumps and kicks the guy in the face.
Drops him. Yeah. That is a great highlight.
That is a great highlight. That was prime, but that was prime AB though, right?
Yeah.
Where there was no question who was the best receiver in the league. I mean, that was the AB that was going first or second in fantasy drafts. Back at that point.
For sure.
Thank you, Doug. This has been fun. We like Jimmy and I said earlier. It's an annual tradition of ours just to talk through the draft, and now we get to do it with you guys, and to still have as many people as we have hanging in. We're almost at the 3-hour mark, and y'all been keeping the chat going. Y'all been very engaging, asking great questions. We're reacting together to these picks.
Movie quotes.
Y'all dropping the draft day quotes in here. Jordan Addison's not dropping below second round though. It's not like he's.
No.
It's not like this catastrophic fall. I mean, so there's been Quentin got picked but Quentin got picked to a team where I think this is more fits, right? Like that. If anybody was going to pick Quentin, it was going to be because of how they operate. JSN goes to a situation where he basically joins an elite crew now with Seattle and how they're going to operate.
He's compliment to DK and also Lockett.
Tyler Lockett.
Yeah.
And Zay Flowers, I mean, the Ravens just had a higher eval on Zay Flowers, and I think him, they need somebody playing next to Odell, and they're kind of figuring out what they want to do with the rest of the gang there, the Devin Duvernays of the world, the Rashad Batemans of the world, who they got to make a decision about, who was a first-round pick, who got hurt last year. So I think there's a team like if Jordan Addison falls to Kansas City, are you mad? Kansas City needs to take a receiver, potentially. They lost Juju.
It'd be an upgrade. It'd be an upgrade. I mean, let's be honest, it'd be an upgrade. Like on a rookie contract too.
That's actually kind of scary if Jordan Addison ends up in Kansas City. But Kansas City can do a lot of things at their pick.
There's a lot of talent this year.
Joey Porter Jr. is still on the board, man.
He's going here, I think, because I mean their biggest need is corner. So I don't know how you don't take him. Like, you're not going to take Deonte Banks over Porter, right? Like,
yeah, Austin. That's a situation where if you're Jordan Addison and you're like, okay, well, I thought I was going to go in the early 20s, but I ended up going 31 or 32 or whatever the pick is, but I'm going to Kansas City. Are you mad?
Yeah, you're going to a good situation where you probably will get as many targets as you want, like, honestly.
You're in a great situation. You're in the best offense. You're playing. I mean, Sky Moore's going to step up next year. They'll put more on his plate. But you're talking about guys like, Valdez Scantling and who's the other brother over there?
All you have to say is he's going from the best quarterback in college to the best quarterback.
Kadarius Toney. Austin said, "If I get with Mahomes, I'm dancing. Bump the pick."
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That's how you have to look at the draft. Especially if you're saying, what's the best situation for me? I know everybody wants to go, go the highest pick possible, make the most money possible. But if we're talking about where I'm gonna be able to thrive as a player, if I'm Jordan Addison, I'm telling my agent, yo, are we on the phone with Kansas City? Or not?
Vikings.
If the Vikings don't take Will Levis, then he might fall out of the first round, and that's crazy. Because all these other teams just paid money for quarterbacks. Jacksonville, Giants just re-up Daniel Jones. Dallas obviously is committed to Dak. Buffalo has paid money on Josh Allen. Cincinnati is getting ready to pay Joe Burrow. New Orleans just paid for Derek Carr and re-up Jameis Winston. Philadelphia just paid Jalen Hurts, and then Mahomes.
Yeah, there's a lot of options.
It would have to be somebody trading back into the first round to get Will Levis.
But why do that if there's not a lot of teams that are going to draft them anyway? You can wait for them.
You would trade back. The only reason why you would do it is to get the 5th year.
Yeah, that's true.
That's it, though.
All right.
That would be the only reason.
Oh, wow. Jordan Addison? What?
Wow.
I don't understand that one. You need corner and you take another receiver. You leave Will out there and you don't take corner. I mean, is he the best player though?
It depends on
And their
what
board,
your
yeah.
their board. On their board, he might be the best player available.
I mean, a board that has Dalton Kincaid, Will Levis, Nolan Smith, Joey Porter Jr. I mean,
this is a guy that was a Biletnikoff Award winner now. And
yeah. I'm not knocking him. It just doesn't make sense to me. All right, 3 picks away. 2 picks away.
They did lose Adam Thielen to the Panthers.
That's a good call, Brandon. Yeah, good call, Brandon. I'll see you there.
Oh, Brandon just said it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Adam Thielen's on the Panthers now.
Yeah, that's a good call. They do need a 2.
Him and Justin Jefferson, that's a nasty combo.
Yeah.
Kirk Cousins has no excuses, man.
Trade alert. Jacksonville trades the pick to the Giants.
Ooh. So another flip-flop.
Well, they want somebody.
Are the Giants jumping up? Yeah, they want somebody
we want. Are they going to take Nolan Smith, dude? They might take Nolan Smith here.
And then have him with Thibodeau?
Yeah, they don't want us getting him.
I feel like the Giants also might take Kincaid.
I'm all right with that. They do us a solid there, I think. They did that.
You don't like Kincaid?
I just don't. I mean, I don't want to spend the 26th pick on a tight end, personally. That doesn't block. I like Ferguson a lot. From a pass catching ability to tight end, unless it's a mauler, lineman style tight end, I don't really.
You don't see the value there as much.
Not in our scheme. No, I don't. Unless something surprises me, we haven't really seen it completely yet, but it just doesn't. I don't know. Giants are going to take their time on this one. So how many trades is that now? Is that 8, 7?
How many trades? I've
literally lost count. I think that's 7.
Oh, good point, Keenan's right. They just traded for Darren Waller. I forgot about that.
Oh yeah.
I forgot about that. So Jalen Hyatt is on the board, who is the reigning Biletnikoff winner. Hey, Paige. Been talking to Cedric Baxter Jr.'s dad. Good people.
All right, Giants pick is in.
Hey, Jimmy, you want to answer this question?
What's that?
On the screen.
Honestly, I think Simi Fehoko has the path ahead of him right now. I don't know. I went to Texas State. I saw a lot of him at South Alabama, and he was good. Don't get me wrong. But he's just not a route runner, and he's kind of a burner down the field. He'd go get the ball, but I just don't know if his game's going to translate to the NFL. And with the dreadful season that he had last year, especially with a team that was begging for a second receiver, it just doesn't make me feel great about him surviving. So I hope he does, but I think it's Simi Fehoko or bust as far as that number. What? I guess that's the 5th receiver now, 6th receiver. Probably number 6 with Brandon Cooks being there now.
Hey, I missed the super chat for $50, Brandon. I'm sorry. Of course you get a shout out for that. I must have. I don't know how I missed it. Definitely
I think
not
we
trying
might
to
have had
ignore
a
you.
super chat when you bounced out for a second because I did see something pop up, but then my computer froze. So I don't.
Oh,
Maybe the
all right.
super
Well, I'll
chat
go
broke
back
my
and check.
computer. That's probably what happened.
Brandon, no, thank you. And I look, we out here, people spending their hard-earned money. You don't even have cable, brother. You out here hanging out with us. So no, of course, man. Hook them for Did you feel bad for Levis? Yeah, it's tough, man. He's gonna have to funnel that and use that as motivation because clearly the league has spoken. These GMs have spoken, and they did not have him in the group of the other guys that went early in this draft of his peers. So does he? I remember a lot of people were calling DK a bust when he came out of Ole Miss, and his homeboy AJ Brown got picked on time, and he didn't. And he did. I think DK went the beginning of the third round or something like that. And he ended up using that to fuel him to show the league, like, yo, y'all are sleeping on me. It's on him, or there's a reason, or they're right, right about how they feel about the player and the evaluation. And his tape wasn't good last season. It's just call a spade a spade.
You got some kind of internet.
They gave away a 5th and a 7th
to go from 25. Okay.
The tweeter is saying it's Banks. They're getting the corner from Maryland.
I mean, he's a good corner, but I don't think I want
to give away 2 pieces
swap
for
one pick.
Yeah.
I don't want to give away my 5th and 7th.
I know they just paid Daniel Jones, but it probably wouldn't have hurt them to grab Will there or maybe not there, but later. Just have somebody backing him up.
Good stuff. Thanks, Paige. We'll sync up on Twitter.
Yeah, Travis Kelce had a lot of good things to say about Ferguson.
Yeah, Ferguson. It's been a long time since I've seen a Cowboys tight end run after the catch with the football the way I've seen Jake Ferguson. That's one thing that really, really stood out to me. Deonte Banks, man, that's a guy that he ran 4.2. He ran 4.35. It must have been the other brother that ran almost 4.2. But both of those Maryland corners were flying.
Yeah, Nolan Smith may have just fell into our lap.
There's something up there.
I don't see how you can pass on him, man.
But there has to be a medical problem then. That this happened with JOK with Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, where he was supposed to go top 10. He fell to like the second or third round with Cleveland, and then after the draft, there was X-rays where he had problems, but they didn't disclose that pre-draft, and so everybody was like, "We don't know why he's falling." Now JOK has actually been really good on Cleveland since being there, and has become a pretty good defender.
I'll be disappointed if we pass on Joey Porter or Nolan Smith in lieu of a tight end. I'll be very disappointed by that.
Oh yeah, we just stick to the plan.
I agree.
I agree with that too.
I absolutely agree with that.
Either of those guys would make sense. We need another corner. I mean, Gilmore is a rental at best, right? Like, you need another corner.
Yeah, he's 33 years old too. Yeah.
And if you're going best player available right now, like, how do you pass Joey Porter or Nolan Smith? Like, I don't.
Well, Buffalo just moved up. Buffalo moved up, right?
Oh boy,
Buffalo's
yeah, they did.
Moved in front of
they
us.
might be getting them now. They might be getting Nolan. Let's see. That's another trade. That's number 9, I think, now, by the way.
Is anyone going to say that Banks looks like a young Eazy-E? in his draft day wear.
Somebody said Miles Jack vibes. That's another one. Miles Jack that night. Yep. With the medical. It's a medical issue. 100%. We see it every year. There's somebody that inexplicably just falls and after the draft you hear all these
maybe they
things.
think they want Kincaid, and maybe the Bills really want Kincaid or something. So I'm trying to think, like, why would the Bills scoop in front of us? Yeah, the Bills are going to take Kincaid, I think.
Well,
it's the only thing that makes sense.
Well, Steve, if you don't want your medical records to slip through the cracks on the internet, you should fill out that Aura promo that we have going at the bottom of the screen.
Yeah. I think they're taking Kincaid. So Nolan, Smith, and Porter are still going to be there.
Yeah, if we don't take one of those two, I'm going to be pretty upset.
Yeah.
I'll be happy with either of them.
Me too.
To tell you the truth.
Me too. And I mean, we like undersized, fast linebackers, so that's a perfect for our scheme. Like, I want Nolan Smith, like, selfishly, just because of, like, his, like, he could be, like, really good, like, really fast, I think. But I think the smart pick is Porter. Like, I think to shore up that back end, like, that's a really good pick.
But as we've seen, though, if we can get pressure on the quarterback, we could have just, like, some random journeyman corner back there helping out.
The pick's going to tell us if they're picking for need or if they're picking off the board, because unless like the only way like I guarantee you that if the medical was right, Nolan Smith it has a first round grade from a lot of these teams. But if they say, okay, medical's bad, then they're taking the player off the board completely. And I think that's what some of these teams have done. They've just taken his name off the board altogether for now. So oh, man, Will Levis over there.
I don't see anything, like, no talk about Nolan Smith. And, usually you see, like, some kind of smoke about I'm hearing that so-and-so is falling because of this or whatever, but I don't see nothing. Nolan Smith or Dan Quinn entered the draft room, so that's maybe a good sign for Nolan Smith. I mean, I think it's got to be a corner or him. Like, I can't see it being a tight end here. It doesn't make sense.
My cousin just texted me. I don't even think he's watching the stream right now. He was like, "Hey, Steve, Will Levis is the real life Bo Callahan from draft day, man." I'm like, "Yo, everybody's saying it."
That's funny.
And he's not watching. He's just like chilling.
Oh man.
Man, this is tough. Is DeMar there? That'd be dope.
Is Matt Leinart the last quarterback that was invited to this that sat for this long?
Nah, Matt Leinart got picked.
Not Matt Leinart. Who was it? No, not Matt Leinart. It was
Brady Quinn sat for a while.
Brady Quinn, thank you.
That's who it was.
Yeah, Brady.
He sat for a long time before I think Cleveland traded to get him.
Hey, Trey, you remember the commercial? Now I'm done.
Bro.
The metric commercial, him doing the workout.
Little did he know he was done a whole lot sooner.
It stinks.
Yeah, it's Kincaid.
Because if you thought you were gonna fall like this, you would have stayed home. You know what I mean? Like now you can't hide your face in the green room.
Yeah. All right, here we go.
So they traded up to
go.
get the tight end they wanted.
Let's go, Cowboys.
Don't
screw this up.
What?
Don't screw this up. It's an easy decision. A or B. That's all you have to
Definitely
Traded
decent.
up to get Dalton Kincaid.
That's what. They really like him. So I wouldn't give up capital for a tight end. That's crazy. Although it was a 5th and a 7th, is that right? That's not really that big of a deal, but. If we take Will Levis here, I'm flipping my table. By the way, that would be the worst pick of all time.
Oh, yeah, I remember. He shredded USC's shitty defense. Twice.
Yeah.
I'm with you guys. It's, to me, with the board, the way the board's fallen, and this is why I advocated to kind of stay at 26. Nolan Smith is right there. If the medical, I mean, we've taken guys with questionable medical before.
We took Jalen Smith.
Or Joey Porter Jr.
Yeah, like I said, it's either A or B. Do not screw this one up.
Lando just tweeted that he thinks it'll be, or he hopes it'll be either Porter or Nolan Smith. He agrees as well.
All right. Well, let's for the Cowboys pick, if we can keep it. No spoilers on this one.
Yep.
Yeah. Let us actually react to it.
For sure. That goes for the chat too. It better not be Will Levis, Levi Jeans, Mayo Coffee.
I don't mind if it's JPJ over Nolan. We didn't think we'd even. Okay. I would have never dreamed either of those players would have been on the board right now. So.
Yeah, I'd take either one of them. Heartbeat. I'm just picturing all that speed going after the quarterback. It's just making me, like that's crazy.
It's no different. It's no different too than the Eagles getting to sit there and take Jalen Carter. Like, okay, like we're just gonna sit here and whoever.
Right. Easy decision. See the draft room here. Let's see.
Mike McCarthy. Yeah, Mike McCarthy. What's Mike McCarthy talking about?
The dude from Notre Dame. He looks like a what's the bad guy from The Boys? I can't think of his name. I can't think of it.
What,
Homelander? He looks like a thick ass Homelander.
that draft room looked like they were arguing about something.
That's a good call, actually.
I'm not gonna look at the chat right now. Somebody just said don't look at the chat.
Yes. I'm not looking at it.
McCarthy, I agree. Damn it, I said I'm not going to look at the chat, but we haven't. But our pick's not. Our clock is still going. When it says pick is in, that's when I won't look at the chat.
Yeah.
But McCarthy, I agree with Griff. McCarthy looked like he was fighting for offense in that room, and I think he won right in because
sit your ass down, McCarthy. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
Shut the fuck up.
They're literally arguing about it. You can tell.
I think you. Yeah, because the defensive guys have walked into the room like, yo, we didn't think these people were good, man. Like, wait a second.
Yeah.
Which tells us, I mean, Jane Slater told us what their plan was, though. Their plan was tight end. But with these circumstances now, have changed.
Trade back in and get your tight end,
Yeah, if you want them that bad.
If you want them that bad, whatever.
All right, picks in, so no more chat. So.
Yeah, no looking.
Yeah, I really don't want it to be Mayer here because that's the McCarthy pick.
That's the Rod Marinelli badge on the table for Tristan Hill. Our picks are always dramatic. We weren't like the Bears.
It looks like he lost out. It looks like Mike McCarthy
Mike
lost out.
McCarthy
He looks
looks
upset.
pissed, dude.
He looks pissed off.
And Will McClay's sitting on the other side. Okay, so Will McClay's calling it in. McCarthy's pissed.
Yeah, he looks upset. Yep. To see how he's like drifting off into the.
He looks pissed.
Come on.
He looks.
Come on. I hope he should be pissed. You're right, man. Our picks are always fucking dramatic. So ridiculous.
This Trent is doing everything he can not to look at the chat right now.
I am. I'm looking directly at my TV over here. I know people are gonna blow it up, start throwing in BS stuff.
All right, which one of us is gonna announce it? Jimmy, you want to announce it?
Jimmy, go ahead, bud.
Yeah.
All right.
When it comes up
Yeah.
on TV on the broadcast. Cool.
No problem.
After we pick, I gotta get a beer or something because all of a sudden my anxiety.
Yeah.
But I was reading body language. Yeah, he definitely looked like he was pissed.
He was
like
fighting, dude.
Which means it's probably a defensive player, which is good.
Yeah.
It's good for our cause here.
He looked like he was fighting in the see now they know they on TV. His head is red as shit, McCarthy.
Mm-hmm.
All right, well, whoever they pick, Jerry's talking to him right now. Welcome to Dallas, son.
All right. Goodell's approaching the table.
Don't screw this up.
Mazi Smith, Michigan, defensive tackle.
Mazi Smith.
I don't know how I feel about that.
Remember the last Michigan D tackle that we picked?
That's ahead of Brian Breeze, Keanu Benton. Let's see the tape.
No, Mazi's good.
Yeah.
Mazi's good.
Yeah.
Don't get it. Didn't have that one on the radar.
No, not at all.
Only because I didn't have Mazi on the radar because we never pick a big one. Like, well, he plays a lot of three technique too, but like we never pick those type of tackles. All right, y'all. Mazi Smith, welcome to Dallas. No JPJ, no Nolan Smith. How are we feeling? Somebody said nobody's excited. It's not a
bark
bad
emoji.
pick. He's not Tristan Hill, by the way. Tristan Hill was not a big guy. He was an undersized, shoot the gap type dude. Mazi's, like they said, he's in the 320s.
Somebody said grab a 12-pack instead.
Brother. Bro, y'all out here thinking I'm trying to convince myself. I told you.
It was a Smith. Someone said it was a Smith.
Oh, my God. It was a Smith, yeah. Oh, man.
Hey, this is a good point. This is a good point. They drafted him for the Eagles.
Yeah, look. As long as he's an effective D lineman, I'm good. But, I just don't know a lot about him, to be honest.
Michigan, he was a lot of those Michigan DNs the last few years, ate because of some of the work he was doing inside.
Yeah.
So he will make life easier for DeMarcus Lawrence. He will make life easier for our rotation and guys in there. I
TCU ran all over him.
Yeah, he
just
fell out of the chair.
Kendi just like ran right up the middle on him over and over again. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
I mean, people are allowed bad games, but
you had to bring up the worst tape. I mean, but granted, it was his last game.
And it was a very important game too.
I don't think that Michigan team was even they clearly didn't they clearly overlooked TCU and didn't take them seriously. And they got exposed because of that. I agree with this too. Jim Harbaugh, these Michigan D linemen have been good. Now, some people, I can't wait for somebody to cue up the Taco Charlton thing. Well, the last time we picked somebody this late in the draft was Taco.
I said it earlier.
He was from Michigan and he was an edge rusher, though. That's the difference.
Yeah.
And he's regarded as the biggest bust we've had, arguably with Claiborne. That's it. But
Brandon, I'm not wiping away my tears. I'm holding off. I'm holding off hope that Spurs win the draft lottery here.
Yeah.
That's what I'm holding off for.
Yeah, hey, Brandon, I think Gallimore might be on his way out. That's what I'm thinking. I don't think they're really happy on Gallimore.
Yeah, I think Gallimore, because you still have Osa too. You need a rotation. That's number one. Number two, Mazi can play both over the center, and he can because he has pass. If he didn't have pass rush abilities, if he had no interior pressure, and he was only, I would be very upset. But because he does have the ability to play on third downs, then you can do a lot more with your defensive line and mixing and matching people. So I do look at him more than just a rotational piece, but that's a really good question, Griff. It is a good question. I'm glad Hankins is back, but Hankins is 1 year. Hankins is on a 1 year. Gallimore might be out of the mix. Osa's still there. Then you got people like Carlos Watkins and some of the other folks that mix in there. But this is the first time since I can remember that the Dallas Cowboys had to take an interior defensive lineman in the first round of that's this big. We never do it.
His comp is Dontari Poe. Dontari Poe is his comp.
That's why we didn't even consider it, because we were like, oh, they don't value that position as an organization until now.
And you have to know that the second pick we make is going to be a tight end.
Yeah.
The way McCarthy was acting.
Here comes Sam Laporta.
Yeah. But the good news is there's a lot of tight ends. I just don't, I still like Ferguson. I don't know what the deal is with Ferguson. Why nobody on the coaching staff likes him or something. I don't know.
Hey, this question for the person that asked about Bijan earlier, how we feel about Bijan to Atlanta. I'll go first, and then Tran can jump in. But I think immediately he's the face of their franchise, and they need people to sell tickets. And I think he's going to a situation. I see a different woman sitting with Will Levis. Who is this brunette? I'm sorry, this caught me off guard.
He has had
several.
Unless the blonde girl was his sister.
Yeah, blonde's the mom. She's a little bit.
No, there was another blonde. There's three blondes.
Yeah,
there's three blondes.
Unless they're the sisters.
They all look like the children of the corn. And
all right, Jaguars picked in. It is Anton Harrison, Oklahoma.
Oklahoma.
D tackle.
No, he's offensive tackle. He's left tackle. So they got him for Trevor Lawrence. So, Jim, recurring theme here, right, with these young quarterbacks, getting that tackle.
Yeah. Protect him.
Got to protect your investment. And Trevor Lawrence, year 2, had the Kansas City Chiefs in Arrowhead on the ropes in the second round of the playoffs. He had them on the ropes. Like, literally had the ball ball to Agnew fumble. They're about to score. Like it kind of shows you game of inches with these. Like that's a Chiefs team that goes on to win the Super Bowl, right? Like,
Yeah.
Trevor Lawrence had his team driving inside the 10-yard line and completes a pass to Agnew, and he fumbles, and they're out of the playoffs. So, Doug Peterson, great job trying to get that left tackle from OU. Now he got cooked by Will McDonald. If anybody's ever seen that film, if you want to see how he could be exposed, he got absolutely cooked by Will McDonald. Gave up the safety, but yeah, overall, good pick. Going back to the Bijan thing though, because I got distracted by the young ladies that continue to seem to be in rotation around Will Levis to comfort him. Bijan going to Atlanta, Arthur Smith, the run schemes, the things he's done at Tennessee with Derrick Henry, how he built that offense and they were really productive. I think that he's going to be featured. He's going to be showcased down there. Now they do have Tyler Algier, who was as a rookie ran for over 1,000 yards. You still have Cordero Patterson. So he won't get run into the ground per se. I don't think it's going to be like a 400 carry type season. But I mean, Jim, do you feel like Bijan's still going to go in the first round of fantasy drafts? Like, I mean,
yeah,
when you think about
Drake London would get picked fairly high just for being a starting running back, right? So I mean, he's obviously.
You mean receiver?
Bijan.
Hey, y'all, why y'all talking about? They said Levis rotation crazy.
Yeah, for real. No, I mean Bijan's gonna. Yeah, you said it. He's gonna be the star of that franchise easily. It's not even close. I mean, who else is there?
Just the tight end or what's his name?
Exactly. You said what's his name?
That they don't throw the ball to.
Kyle Pitts.
Kyle Pitts, the dude from Florida.
Kyle Pitts isn't selling tickets. Yeah. Bijan Robinson will sell tickets, 100%.
That's the only.
There's hope.
I like Kyle Pitts.
They're putting on the hope hat. No, Kyle Pitts is fine, but he's not going to sell tickets. No.
We're talking about selling tickets. It's Bijan. He's the one that's.
And not only that, but you got with Desmond Ridder too. You got to understand too. Like running that ball is going to take a lot of pressure off him. It's going to let him kind of chill out and develop a little bit. Like he got thrown to the wolves. So.
All right, Ladarius.
Bengals.
My boy Ladarius is in here. He said he would have rather had Joey Porter Jr.
Yeah, same. Miles Murphy, Clemson to the Bengals.
Something's up with Nolan Smith's medical, dude. I've heard mixed reports on Miles Murphy. Also, Miles Murphy was projected before the season started, before the season started, he was projected to go top 10, and he slid. So was Brian Brzee, who also slid, the other Clemson defensive end. I think Brzee has a chance to go the end of the first round, but both of the Clemson DNs slid, and they both were regarded as top picks before the season started. So that's interesting.
3 more picks, gentlemen. New Orleans is up.
I have a hard time with people that when I see your weaknesses is questionable motor and you're a DN.
Yeah, because you're not going to turn that around. That's a want.
I mean, because you see with his body, you can see why the NFL people love. I mean, they still love the guy if he's still going in the first round. Let's not get it twisted. But you can see why he went from being a top 10 guy to the end of the first round guy.
I would have for them. I would have still invested in trying to protect Joe Burrow.
Yeah, you still have some interior guys on the board. like a Torrance. The TCU guard is still there. Cody Mock is still on the board.
Yep. Not a lot of tackles. High graded ones anyway.
Okay, Griff, this is good to know. So you're saying the Cowboys had 18 first-round grades? This is interesting because this is what Jimmy and I were talking about before. I think how all these teams have different amounts of people they gave a first-round grade to. So if they gave a first-round grade to Mazi Smith and he's the only person left on the board they have a first-round grade on, then they're going to take him. That's my point. Because even on the ESPN website, when they graded the players out, they were only according for ESPN, the way they did their board, they only had 21 players they gave a first round grade to. Everybody else had day 2 or day 3 grades. So that's a small number for this draft, guys. You had some teams I heard that only had 15 people that they were giving first round grades to.
When's our next pick in the second round?
Probably around the same. Yeah. We got 2 people on 1-year deals. So if you have a first round grade on a guy and you get ahead of it, get that 50 year again. And again, Griff, to that point too, we're picking at 26. And clearly, so to Keenan's point, there's a medical. It's got to be a medical thing. Got to be.
It's just weird that nobody's talking about it though. Still, even now.
The exact same thing. Nakobe Dean last year. Good point. Nakobe Dean fell with medical. Yes. What was his Tran? Was it a pectoral issue or something that they found out he had?
I don't remember honestly.
I don't remember either. Somebody in the chat, why did Nakobe Dean had a medical issue last year? But I remember they were talking about his medical issue before the draft. My buddy said if Mazi Smith picks a number in the 60s, unfortunately, he'll be a bust.
Shoulder injury, it says.
For Dean?
Yeah. Reason behind Dean's fall. Come to light, Dean, whose draft stock should have theoretically improved after Bulldogs won the national championship, had a shoulder injury that he declined to address.
But that's also why we got old boy from LSU. He wasn't supposed to be there either, and he fell to the 5th round. Damone Clark should have been a 2nd-round pick at minimum. Mm-hmm. And we got him. Didn't we get him in the 5th or 6th round? What did we get Damone Clark last year? And he wasn't even supposed to play, and he ended up playing. Wonder what the Saints are going to do. Pec injury for who, Brandon? Who are you talking about? Nakobe Dean, or are you talking about Dean had a pec? Oh, wow. So I did remember that correctly. Keon White is another one that, man, you're going number 1 overall, by the way. Bryce Young, that one was done because he didn't even wear my man was dressed like he was going to the club with this with like a t-shirt on underneath the shoe jacket.
Going to his after party.
Yeah, like he already knew he was good.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Who are the Saints picking?
They need weapons, don't they?
Michael Mayer.
Brees.
Brian Brzee.
Brzee, yeah.
From Clemson.
Brian Brzee from Clemson, yeah.
Brian Brzee.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
So fun. He's from Damascus, Maryland, and they defeated us in the playoffs when I was in high school. They were an amazing fall team. His sister passed away during the season from cancer.
Oh, is that? Oh, I see. That's why they're wearing the sweaters.
I remember that. I remember he missed. I think a week or two before he came back to the team. But in Maryland, he was unbelievable. When he coming out of high school, he was actually, I think, the #1 overall player when he came out. But he's had so many injuries, dude. So many injuries. But this is a guy, like, when he was coming out of high school, a lot of people were saying J.J. Watt for him. Honestly, like he was considered that type of prospect coming out of high school.
Yeah.
So we'll see, because he can play everywhere on the line. Like, he'll play inside and out.
Oh, here come the Eagles.
And you look at his film. This is against Ohio State. Like, he's tearing up. That's him as a freshman. That's the playoff game they had against Justin Fields.
Yeah.
Where he was tearing shit up. So I mean, if his health is okay. Levis is definitely in the mud, dog. Very nasty business with Will Levis.
They're gonna mess around and grab Nolan Smith.
Oh yeah, so the draft pick that got suspended. Oh, Griff, the Dolphins pick got suspended because of tampering with Tom Brady, right? They had to punish the owner. They took away his first-round pick. I think the Dolphins had.
Yeah.
Yep. It was the Tom Brady thing. So only 31 first-round picks instead of 32. Which again impacts people's fifth-year options. That's why this stuff that's the big difference between the first round and every other round. Is that fifth-year option. Nah, no problem, Griff.
He have to pick one of them broads to go with him, though. 8 of them.
He been rotating the mid all night, man.
They're like a D-line.
It's hard though watching, regardless, right? Like watching that emotion on somebody's face, real time.
Especially
and you can see him.
Cameras,
and you can see him trying to. You can see him trying to, like, he knows the cameras are there, but you can only hide for so long before you really start getting. Like, look how he's texting on his phone. That looks like somebody who got stood up on a date. We all know that look. Or the look of the guy in the airport when they just told him his flight got delayed and he mad as shit and he's sitting off in the corner.
Yep.
He got that look on his face right now. Man, he gonna be in hell when they get back to the hotel. His agent gonna have to talk to him and say, "Look, we're gonna regroup." I mean, Detroit passed on him like 3 times.
Yeah. They're like, we love Jared Goff. Jared Goff has never had so much love in his life. Poor guy.
They said if Miami had a pick, would they have taken Levis with Tua's issues?
No.
They would have took a guard or a tackle to protect for him, probably.
Mike McDaniel.
Who are the Eagles? You know the Eagles are going to get if they get Nolan Smith, bro.
Bro, they're going to get one of the players we wanted. They're going to get either Porter or him. What?
And watch, they're going to be all pros, and our D tackle is going to be a bust.
Yep.
Don't say that. Yep. Don't say those things.
I don't believe in Michigan players anymore, thanks to Taco Charlton.
Man, we over here. You see the prejudice towards people's schools has to stop.
This ain't got nothing to do with the school more than it is my team and the curse of Michigan players coming to my team. You know they're gonna take Nolan now. You can just feel it.
I already know the gut punch about to go.
Yeah, because they just load up on Georgia guys. Oh, Jim, your mic is picking up audio.
Okay. I don't know what. Might be my. That help?
Yo.
Yeah.
Sirianni looks like he does phone scams on the off season.
I'm sick, man.
Yeah. I'm picking up an echo.
Yeah, I think it's. Hold on, Jim. I'm gonna mute you real quick, dude. Tran?
I don't hear it anymore. Anymore.
It's coming from Jim's thing.
Oh, this is gonna be a gut punch.
Hey, Jim, I gotta mute you until the.
I'll stay muted.
Okay. Oh boy.
I'm about to say a whole bunch of curses, so I'll go on mute, and you'll just get the video reaction of me.
Yeah, Donna Kelsey coming out here to do the pick. We are in hell. Why didn't we? Hey, they like Mazi Smith though. If they like him, I love him.
And they got this. They got
The
A&M guys there.
Ugh. Yeah, I'm hating hard right now. So I guess is she gonna do the next two picks because she has kids on both teams, or how's this gonna work? Oh man, don't pick. These dudes are they really gonna get Jalen Carter and Nolan Smith? And Jordan Davis and Nakobe Dean? Care about this shit.
You still getting the echo?
No, I don't hear it.
Switched audio.
Testing.
Yeah, I think we're good.
Yeah, I don't hear it either.
Nolan Smith, it's done. Mother.
Son of a bitch.
Did he have an ankle bracelet on the home arrest thing? Is that what he was showing?
No.
Okay, I just looked at it at the corner of my eye, but seriously.
They got like they got like Kirby's whole defense, bro. His comp is Hassan Reddick, and they have Hassan Reddick. This is oh my god. I have a headache. Mazi Smith better be amazing, bro.
I think you need to clip my thing where I said, look, Nolan Smith is going to be an all-pro. Watch this shit.
Him and Micah next to each other would have been stupid. I'm not seeing anything about medicals or nothing online. I don't know why he fell.
It wasn't an issue for them though.
Mm-mm.
They got Jalen Carter and Nolan Smith today.
I got the Georgia
And
defense.
They're the Georgia, and it's like the best players from the Georgia. I mean, what are they going to get? Keely Ringo in the second round now? Like, might as well.
It's like when they always say, like, can this college team beat this NFL team? Well, yeah. Well, let's see. You got all the freaking starters here.
I'll be right back, Victor. Victor, you're right.
You
Get
need that beer.
You're right. I'll be right back, fellas.
All right.
For the last pick.
There's 3 left. We got KC, Pittsburgh, Arizona.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe, or Detroit, maybe 2. How many picks are there? 30? Is it 34?
No, there's only 31 picks.
Yeah, I thought it was only 31.
Oh, okay. Well, they're just showing
It's
it.
it's normally 32.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, 32. Okay.
The hell was that, Steven? It's like Ninja vanished and then popped right back up.
Yeah, let's see who Kansas City gets. Rich get richer. Joey Porter Jr.
This may be the worst draft for the Cowboys ever. And it has nothing to do with what we do. Well, it does kind of have what we do to draft. But
yeah,
just the fact that the Eagles have had a plus draft.
Yeah. You hate to see it.
Last pick. You think they're going offense or defense here?
I would think defense, but
same here.
I don't know what their let's see what's their official needs.
Joey Porter Jr.
Trenches on both sides, offense and defense. But yeah, I mean, it just depends on if they're going to take for the need. Dos Equis?
Had to grab a dose.
Yep.
So Brian Branch is on the board. They need a receiver, but there's no like if Jalen Hyatt is not. I don't think he's going here. I don't think there's any other receivers that are even.
D-line, O-line is something they need. They need both
They could do, yeah. I could also see them taking. They lost Juan Thornhill though, in free agency.
Yeah.
And Branch fell. We didn't even talk about that. Brian Branch from Alabama fell. Thanks, fellas. I'm not even upset. I like Mazi Smith. Okay. I like Mazi Smith. This is more about what the Eagles did than it is about what we did.
Right. Yeah, I mean, look, D tackle and a big body was a need for sure. It's just not a need that I think anybody was targeting.
There's a video of Micah going nuts about our pick. He's excited about it.
No, Mazi's a good player. Cowboys fans will like him. I just think if Nolan and Jordan and Jay, if they look like they did at Georgia and they're healthy, that's disgusting.
He better be an all-pro D tackle.
Let's see if I miss any. I don't think Mazi was going to be around later in the too much later.
Yeah, Dallas does have a second-round pick, 58.
58. That I could see Dallas moving up if something else happens, and they still want to get Michael Mayer. And I think people would digest Michael Mayer in the second round a lot more than at 26.
Yeah. That was my plan all along until these elite players dropped in our lap and we passed on them. You know.
They got like Jalen Carter, if not for something that had nothing to do with football, happened. And he falls. And then we don't even know what the hell's wrong with Nolan Smith yet. Unless the Eagles just put out some nonsense out there to get him to fall.
Maybe.
That would put it past them.
They are very good human beings. It's possible.
I'm sick.
I do. As far as our pick goes, I do feel similar to how I felt last year with Tyler Smith, where I was like, I don't know, Tulsa guy that holds all the time, and that worked out well. So I do trust Will McClay to, from a scouting perspective. So I don't deny that it's a good pick. I just really hate to pass on that guy, on Nolan. I just really hate to pass on him.
Yeah, me too. Me too. I like Nolan.
Yeah.
And I just think him and Micah
together would have been stupid.
Yeah. I mean, that makes Jalen Hurts would have been in hell on the other end, right? But now he's his teammate. It's always the people we want most, like you said earlier, Jimmy, where it's either they're with us or against us. Like that guy wasn't going to Jacksonville. Ooh, they drafted King Felix Tran. The boy that stole freaking Jalen Ford's Defensive Player of the Year.
And Tyree too. I think it should have been either Ford or Tyree.
Felix won on reputation.
Yeah.
But he's a great player.
He's a great player, yeah.
Yeah.
And they do need edge rushers too. With Chandler.
Yeah, I think they lost somebody in free agency, I think. if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, the need for them was trenches on both sides.
He gets to stay home. You're right, Rob. Right down the street. No, King. Yeah, King Felix is a bad boy, though. Let's not. And again, you get to go to a great organization.
Yeah,
Great organization.
good.
So we'll wrap up at the 4-hour mark. This is the end of the first round. And the Pittsburgh Steelers are on the clock for tomorrow, starting off round 2 and on through the next 2 days. I'm not going to be doing any streams, but we will be. Maybe some short content to talk about where our Texas guys ended up. Obviously, content on, like I do annually, to recap the entire Cowboys draft class. And as this comes together, look, guys, I know I'm not upset with the Cowboys. I know somebody's watching this right now is like, Steve is lying to us. No, I'm not upset with them. It's just the situation is frustrating. And I think you can see that echoed on Jim's face as well. But where the Cowboys have been hitting, credit to Will McClay and our scouting department, you hit on a Deron Bland in the 5th round last year, very unsung, right? We've been very good. Osa in the 3rd round, guys that have contributed and been a big reason why we've won 24 games in the regular season the last 2 years. 12-win teams back-to-back seasons. You don't do that unless you know and putting this roster together, because we haven't been active in free agency until this offseason. This is the first offseason where we've been that active in free agency. So they've gotten it done supplementing their football team via the draft. I'm not lying. Stop it.
So I'm not upset about the Cowboys. I'm more upset that the Eagles had such a great draft.
Yeah. It's an arm race in that division, right? So, and I'd say, we'll see what this kid does, but the Giants didn't do much. We arguably did something, maybe, but they did a lot. The Eagles did a lot. So,
Drew, great point. Kelvin Banks did not only hold his own. I think he only gave up one QB hit this whole year, right?
yeah.
So, and he's a true freshman, so it's a good thing for us.
If Will Levis wants to dispel any of the feelings out there, look, this is a tough night. It's a tough night if you're Will Levis, okay? There's no doubt about it. I think it's surprising him and Hendon Hooker do not go in the 1st round, right? Now, Hendon Hooker, the age, the ACL injury, questions about the scheme. I think he would have gone if there was another run on the QB, but there wasn't.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're Will Levis, the last thing you can do is go on a bender right now. That kind of proves the team's right. Everything's a test, brother. And when his name is called, he needs to go in acting, even if he's frustrated. I think it's okay to show frustration, but you need to also show, hey, I'm ready to work, right? I'm ready to move on and become the player that I know I can be for the organization. That's the only way you could. That's all you can do. That's all you can do. I also think that there are some teams tonight that are thinking about 2024 and saying, I'm not tying myself to one of these quarterbacks when I could be potentially looking at a Caleb Williams, a Drake May, a Quinn Ewers, or somebody like that next year, potentially. So,
yeah.
Who knows? Any other closing thoughts, Jimmy?
No, this is fun, guys. I had a good time. We'll have to do this every year, and appreciate the sponsor and all the people hanging out. So the first round's always just so long. So the chat was cool. I had a good time with that.
Raymond, Tyree did play against us. He had 5 solo tackles, a half a sack as well.
Thank you to rogueshop.com. Guys, check them out. Check out rogueshop.com. If you have any problems sleeping, chronic back pain, any type of pain, any issues with anxiety, stress, they are one of the leading online dispensaries in health and wellness when it comes to CBD, THC, all sorts of different products from soaps to edibles to bath salts to paints, topical creams, vapes, candles, all cannabis done in house, veteran owned, black owned, woman owned, amazing chat online. They are, I'm really excited that they partnered up with us and we get to partner up with them. And the fact that they're offering the 20% off discount if you use Fanatic20. Fanatic20, all right? Hit that promo code at checkout and get you guys taken care of. But thanks for everybody coming in the chat. You know how to show love to us. Hit that like button, subscribe, share with a friend. Anything that helps to grow the platform. That's why we have the opportunities just to hang out with friends and do this. So appreciate it. Shout out to Bijan Robinson. Thank you. I feel great about that. Okay. So y'all can't hit us with the Texas don't got first round picks anymore. Okay. But anyway,